Yep. Thank you. All right. Dan Ellingson cannot join us tonight. He is traveling. As vice chair, I am then chairing tonight's meeting and workshop, so it's 5 o'clock, and we are going to start tonight's workshop, which is on bylaws, and we are having a discussion on them. So I'm going to turn it over to Board Member Patel.
We're all here, right?
Yep.
Questions? Comments? Concerns? So I guess two things to keep in mind, and maybe Mr. Vetch, I'll have you make sure we have the timeline right. There's changing the bylaws, which we do by 2/3 vote of the voting members present. And then there's changing the governance structure, which is the majority teacher model we have now. Four teachers, 3 parents, 2 community members. And that requires majority approval by the teachers.
I was talking with Liz Lynn today, our authorizer, and she was saying we don't have a majority teacher board. We have 4 members, but it's not considered a majority.
Sorry, yes.
You know what I mean?
You are right.
She was saying she didn't think we needed to have teachers vote on the bylaws because we're not going from a teacher majority to a non-majority.
From a 9 member.
And the membership would cause us to have an elect or a vote from teachers. She didn't think we needed to go through that process. We might want to double check just to make sure, but she didn't think we needed to do that step.
It's statutory, so we just read 124E, and it's laid out in there. So those are just the 2 distinctions that I wanted to make sure we all were aware of.
And then, so this is the second reading.
Mm-hmm.
Is this like policies where it's 2 readings, or are bylaws more than 2 readings?
So I actually looked that up because I was thinking the same thing. 208 does not apply to bylaws. It's a wholly discretionary policy that applies to policy setting. But our current bylaws, Section 12 on amendments, says that it's not entirely clear, but it says amendments require 2/3 vote of the voting members present. And then it goes on to talk about the board governance model. And then the very last sentence says, an amendment shall be read and passed at 2 consecutive board meetings, at which time it takes effect. So an amendment would be obviously what we're doing now. Even though it's technically we're repealing the old ones, but it's still a change if you think amendment means change. So I think the safest thing to do is just be conservative and just, obviously we're doing the second today, and so if we pass it today, it would be effective at the time of passing, at which time it will take effect.
I appreciate how delineated it is. I know our old bylaws, they're very extensive paragraphs that you really have to dig deep into, whereas this is very clear. These are the general powers, these are general duties, numbers. So if you're looking for resources or something, you go straight to that.
And I will just mention that it says it, but the index page won't be done until it's passed. Should we look at it? 124E.07 subdivision 4. That's the composition, to see what a majority of teachers means. Let me get my Google up.
Heather, what section was that again?
Okay, it's 124E.07 subdivision 4, board structure. I'm just at revisor.mn.gov.
For us, it's on page 5.
Yeah,
11.
it's on 5 of 11.
Okay.
And I get that it might not be majority. I'm more comfortable bringing it to the staff for discussion. Because I didn't know it wasn't, like, I get that it's not a majority, but I was under the impression that the staff had the opportunity to discuss it and vote on it as well.
It says any change in board governance structure.
Goes to,
I'm just going to read it.
sure.
It seems to me that even though we're not going from 5 teachers down to less, it still needs to go to the teachers.
Okay.
Board bylaws shall outline the process and procedures for changing the board's governance structure consistent with 317A. A board may change its governance structure only, 1, by a majority vote of the directors and a majority vote of the licensed teachers. Isn't that kind of the period for us? Right there. And then it goes on to say with the authoriser's approval. So Mr. V, what was your understanding from Liz? That because we're not going from 5 to 4?
Majority, we're not changing membership, but like maybe I always think it's a good idea. I mean, we haven't updated these bylaws for some time, and I think it's always a good thing to bring it to staff just for them to see, because I'm not understanding.
Yeah, and I think
Because there's enough changes to it.
well, it's not even the changes. What they need to approve is the board structure. Yeah.
Even if it's just one production member, I think it's.
Yeah. I mean, this definitely doesn't say majority down to less than majority.
So then, if that's the case,
Mhm.
we can't vote on it tonight, is that right? Because it still needs to go to the staff before we can?
We actually vote on it first.
Okay.
It was my understanding from Kate. We vote on it. We would repeal the old bylaws, vote to adopt these new bylaws, and then the governance structure portion would go, obviously, we're approving the change in the governance structure too. And then it would go to the teachers for their approval.
And if they don't?
Then it doesn't change. Then we have to wait a whole year to ask them again. So if they say no, we want to keep our 4 teacher seats, then we can still pass new bylaws,
Okay.
but it has to stay 4 seats. We can't, these bylaws propose 3.
Right.
And I remember there being mixed feelings about that. So everybody has their, I don't know, maybe you recall from the governance meetings, but so they're almost 2 independent things. Repealing and adopting new bylaws, and of course it's in here, the governance structure is in here, but we need not only the board to approve the change in the governance structure, which is the number of teachers, but also the teachers to approve that. So we kind of have to decide what we want to do here tonight. And I think I've already expressed my opinions at the governance meeting, so I think it's your guys' opinions that really matter, especially on the governance structure.
I know in conversation with other teachers over the time that I've been here at MSA, our teachers who have been retained see a positive in having 4 teachers as a board, A, because it's easier to get teachers to commit to a seat. And B, we're a charter school that doesn't have a union, so we need that representation at the board level. So that's why I know a handful of teachers are in favor of keeping it as it is. Another argument can be had that it's harder to find community members to be seated, even though the bylaws do state minimum of 1 up to 3. So I know there's going to be some hesitation there when it comes to discussing it with teachers. Should we talk about why this is being proposed in the new bylaws? I mean,
Let me see if I can find it. So, on the side of keeping 4 teachers, 3 parents, 2 community members, right, is the fact that, so the balance to that, I kind of saw, and this is my opinion. The balance to that is, yeah, okay, we have 4 teachers here, but if the new bylaws say that the chair and the vice chair can't both be teachers, then does that sort of prevent the harm that we feel happened in the past, or allegedly happened in the past? And that was, so it was kind of a recommendation that came down, right, in the investigation report.
And we've, for quite a few years, have done that ourselves. Now, it's not in the bylaws, but the school has been, or the board has made sure that that's been how it's worked. The chair and the vice chair were never from the same pool.
Both teachers, or yes.
Or both
Teachers.
parents, or both community members. Any mix of the 3 for those 2 positions was kind of the focus, and or the way that it's been done. It's been a long time, and that was when we had 5 teachers and 4 parents, like when we first started.
Okay.
That was the board. And then I remember when they came to the teachers, the state changed it, so you had to have a community member, so we had to change the structure of the
Yeah,
board
okay,
then. And that was 1 community member. And I don't remember
At
if it was
least.
144, or if we did 135, I can't remember
Okay.
what ended up happening with that. But when we went to 4, we did have to vote on it as a staff.
So my best recollection is that there were 2 recommendations in the investigation report. I don't remember them being in the improvement plan. You know, the points in the improvement plan? Those are more student-oriented, policy-oriented, from what I remember. But, so how do I say this? Because it was in the investigation and not in the improvement plan, I feel like maybe we have some discretion to balance. So the 2 things that I recall are, 1, making sure that the officer positions weren't monopolized by, specifically, I remember it saying teachers. Because we had four teachers, so both shouldn't be, and it didn't mention the other categories, like the parents and the community members. And then it recommended going to a no majority model, considering going to a no majority model, which would be 333.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
If we went to a 333, but only had one community member,
Yeah,
can we
that's
function
okay.
as 7?
Yeah, that's fine. We need 5.
Can
That's
we function
fine.
without any community member?
You can function without a community member, but we really need to, I mean, we're supposed to,
Without a compliance,
Fill
if
the-
you don't have you must have at least one member from each of the.
I mean, that's what according I'm reading here, so I'm,
yeah. I mean, I think there's a good faith argument to make there too. You know, you can't have a board that's crippled either. So if we're all just sitting, not even trying to get a community member, then that's different, or rejecting community members. But I think we have to actively be filling every seat to keep 9. But it is a consideration. Yeah.
My understanding too from the investigation was that it was requested that either a parent or community member stay in the chair position because of the misuse of power that was observed during the investigation by
Mhm.
the teachers that were seated on the board. So that's where that recommendation comes, and I think that goes back to the discretion that we have moving forward is, are we misusing our power, are we not? Are we moving forward in the right direction? Are we holding each other accountable? And so forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's the habits we set, right? It's hard to talk about it without expressing my own opinion, but I really thought that obviously the committee felt differently because that's what's in here, but I really thought that not having the 2 officer, we talked about the officer positions as well. Whether do we need a chair? Because it's not statutorily required. You don't need to have a chair. Or I'm sorry, a vice chair. You don't need to have a vice chair. So do we want to mandate in our bylaws that, you know, we're going to have a vice chair? And that came out to more experienced members of our board really saying, yeah, we need to, yeah, and that's true. I mean, we're all busy. So it's nice to see vice chair coming into action tonight. So it is helpful. So I thought if we have 4 teachers, but both of them can't hold that seat, the chair or vice chair seat, then I thought it kind of balances out a little bit. But that representation of 4, I mean, you know, when you think of the things that the board doesn't do and shouldn't do in terms of curriculum, behavior, discipline, building, supply, like just everything. Who are the best suited to know what we need, right? It's our teachers, so it feels. But that's just my opinion.
I guess this is a good time if we want to do 4-3-2, or do 3-3-3, I mean, both of them are sharing. This is the second week, so if we make that change. And I do see one was going to, I go back and forth with it too. It is hard to get community members because they don't really have a vested interest because, you know, if you have a community member, you know, they don't even work there, their children don't go to school here. So it's easier to recruit family, you know, parents and teachers because they have an interest in the board, which makes it easier for those spots. And what I do like about charter schools is that teachers go to boys. You know, it's nice because you go to a traditional public school, and teachers are not on the boards. And it's really nice because they're really always involved. So it's good to have that representation. So I can see that too. As long as you don't have, I think in New Jersey, it's really challenging. So in the school, there's a teacher majority board, and that feels a little bit more challenging. But I think not having it, having the representation is good. So I can see that make that effective.
Can you explain again? I still can't wrap my head around how we can vote on this, but then if the teachers don't go with it, I don't understand.
So there's amending the bylaws,
Okay,
and then there is amending the bylaws over here, and then changing the governance structure.
okay,
Amending the bylaws has nothing to do with the statute.
okay.
Okay, that's a power that we have given ourselves.
Okay,
We currently, under our bylaws, we can amend them with 2/3 vote of whoever is present.
okay,
So we could make a simple amendment.
and it would still need two,
It would need 2/3 vote.
but two votes, two readings, that's what I mean.
Yes, because that's not even statutory either.
Okay,
That's because we have imposed that
Okay.
on ourselves.
okay,
So what is different from that is the statutory requirements to change the structure
Okay.
of the board. How many members of each class? So, for example, we could change the definition of a quorum today. We could just amend our old bylaws to change what we think is a quorum. And that would just be by 2/3 of a vote of those of us present here today. We'd have to bring it twice, and it would be effective after the second time of reading it. What we cannot do here today is officially change the governance structure. We can vote to do it. We agree on it. We want to take the teachers from 4 seats down to 3 seats. But after we decide we want to do that, it has to go to the teachers for approval. And I'm not seeing that, what you mentioned, because it's not a majority, that we don't need the staff to vote on it. I think it looks pretty clear here under subdivision 4 that any change would require the teachers to vote on it. Yes, that's what we want. We want 3-3-3. And then we go ask the teachers if they agree. And a majority of them would have to agree as well. Or we can say we don't want to change. We want to pass new bylaws today, repeal the old ones, pass these new amended ones without changing the governance structure.
Talking about governance, what do you guys think about membership count?
as someone who's been here for a long time, I am hesitant to change the structure without more teacher input. Because it's that not union thing, it's that structure thing. I think the board has done a nice job of not having two teachers be chair and vice chair. But I can't remember the last time it was that. And I get that that was a concern, but that when those recommendations were made, they weren't looking at years and years and years. And that wasn't the case at that time either.
Okay.
I have a hard time voting to change the governance structure as a teacher. As a board member, I do understand evening it out. Yeah, does that make sense?
It
Like, I
does.
get it, like 3-3-3.
So as a board member, do you think evening it out would be beneficial to our students? Or, I say that because we have the PLCs in place, the MTSS. Like, we have research, evidence-based curriculum development happening. It seems like we have collaboration amongst. So when I think about that, I'm like, well, as a parent, what can I say it all the time, but we live in Minnesota where, the administrative regulations just come down so nicely from MDE. And like, what can I, as a parent, do? I can't give that. That's a deficit, I feel, that I have. And that's so important in this. You know, it's not kindergarten, it's not second, third grade. It's a different kind of, it's a different kind of preparedness that these kids need.
Couple thoughts. First of all, I know our mics do pick up things, but I think we should also make sure that we're projecting so that everybody can hear. And it's just a good reminder that we're kind of enclosed, and I know that some other people cannot hear as well. The second thing, I kind of follow along the same line as you did, Maggie, and the fact that when we first started talking about the 333, that coming out of what we had been through, it felt like that made some sense. But I also hear the argument that, you know, we don't have a union, and it is important to have that voice at the table. It doesn't give a majority at 4, and finding 3 community members that are engaged in that process, I think we could be very lucky and get that, but I fear that that's harder to come by. And to the point that was made earlier, having their engagement be solely focused on our students and our community, there's that piece. So, yeah, I kind of go back and forth. You know, I think that it makes sense with the guidance that's been handed down from MDE.
So let me ask you the same question.
Yeah.
As a teacher, what do you think the benefit would be to have one less teacher, but one more, community member?
No, that's a great question, and I think that deserves some thought. And I guess I would say this. The engagement that the teaching staff here at MSA is engaged in is in the day-to-day and very much rooted in making this the best place it can be. Can I say that for any random community member that would want to join our board? And they would be that engaged in improving the lives of all the students that come through these doors? I don't know. We could hope, sure. But I would say having that representation ensures, or it would lean more towards being engaged in this process to make the best decisions for the whole. And I've wrestled with it since reading.
I have too.
Right? And I kind of keep going both ways, so I don't necessarily feel like I'm convinced one way or the other. I can see benefits on both sides of that question. So yeah, I think it's great that we're having a discussion about it.
Perspective might be something, you know, somebody from the outside coming in.
I mean, that could be beneficial too, right? Is that what
Yes.
you're, yeah, and I think having an outside perspective that maybe teachers could have as a blinder. I mean, that's another
Yeah.
piece, and I hate to sound
Well,
wishy-washy
parents
on
too.
it, but I think it's fair to consider those things, and if we make it a bylaw, then we're looking for 3 teachers. And
Diversity of opinion, right? Different expertise. Somebody who comes from, I don't know, finance world, you know, social service world. Yeah, yeah.
It looks great on paper, but I think the hard part is, yeah, we'd be in compliance just having a single community member, then now we're missing some voices. You know, if we're gonna have a 9-person board, if we're short of a community member or 2, well, now we have 2 less voices we could have had with another membership, right? With a teacher, or whatever, right? So,
I think it's so important to have 9, like to just, you never know when those emergency situations happen, and I think we always need to have a quorum, be able to come and be present. Isn't that correct for an emergency hearing of some sort? So, I mean, having gone through, you know, COVID, it's just, I think it's important that we always have 9. So 5 can always come together.
I think we've been really fortunate in having community members who have had like past investment in MSA.
Yeah.
We've been able to find people who, you know, have been a part of who we are. And I think that those are the kind of community members that we are looking for.
Oh, yeah, most
You know,
definitely.
like, so I think they will have, whoever we find, I would hope they would have already some knowledge of who we are, some past experience with us from some walk of life.
I think this would be an easier discussion if every year we had 4 or 5 people putting their name in for the community seats, and that hasn't been our history, and I think that's where I think we struggle with this conversation.
Has that always been the history? It has.
I've been
Okay.
in 5 other charter schools in my career. But that's an issue across the board for a majority of schools, is trying to find community members.
Okay.
Have we done any active recruitment in that regard of community members specifically?
I have gone to Chamber of Commerce meetings and brought it up, trying to solicit some interest. Contact the lives today, the library, just trying to see who's exposed.
We've had former alumni, which is.
Yep.
cool.
Very
You know, I
nice.
think that's
Yeah, it's very nice.
reaching out to alumni association, you know, that
Mm-hmm.
there's a small collective.
Justin did, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
So may I paraphrase a quick question that you were just posing, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. If we were to pass this bylaw, it still needs to go before the teachers. And the teachers would have the opportunity to say, no, we need more representation. And so then that would sit for a year until we could bring it up again and then see.
So if the governance structure went before the teachers for a change, we want to change the governance structure, we have to first approve it and say that that's what we want to do as a board. We take it to the teachers, and if they disagree, if they say, no, we don't agree to going 3-3-3, then I think we have to wait another year, right?
Probably for the government, I don't know if that impacts the whole document or just the membership piece.
Well, we can't ask them again next month to change their mind, is what I mean. So-
We can't do that.
Yeah.
But does it
have
affect
to
the,
wait.
all the bylaws or just the governance piece? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah.
Well, it's incorporated in here, so we wouldn't be able to change it. So we could still ratify the new, we would have to hold on, let me think. So our situation is if we ask the teachers to go 3-3-3, that's the change, and that's a huge change to the governance structure. They say, we'd have to decide tonight that we want to do 3-3-3. We take it to them, and they say, no, we don't want to do 3-3-3. Then we can't make that change in here. So we would have our bylaws as we adopted them, but we would not have that new
So that
governance
section
structure.
of the bylaws would stay the same.
Yeah. We would still be a 4-3. We can't make that change unless they agree. We can say we want that change. We can propose that change, but they're the ones who have to agree to it too, by majority.
So what I'm wondering is we can't separate the two. We can't just make a motion to pass the amendments
We can.
and then ask that admin take the structure to teachers, and then at our next meeting we can. Is
We
that
can.
an option?
I think what we have to do is we need to decide what we want our governance structure to be. That's probably what we want to do. And if we don't want to change our governance structure, then we pass the bylaws without changing the governance structure. But if we decide we do want to change it, then we pass it. And it has to go to the teachers for approval of the change in the governance structure.
Point of clarification, what would it be? I mean, it would be what it is. But if we did not pass it?
If we did not pass the bylaws,
Mhm.
then we have our old bylaws. And we could still vote to change the governance structure if we want to go to 333. That's a distinct issue.
So it's two different things we're really
Yeah.
talking about.
Okay. So I wanted to-
I'm not convinced I like 333. I just,
Mhm.
you know, and I was also not here last month when you did the first vote.
Mhm.
So, and that's just me.
I mean, it's very, when we kind of went through and started looking at clauses, we were statutory heavy. We were looking at, the improvement plan, just taking admin advice, looking at the recommendations that came down from the authorizer of other schools. And so it was very mechanical, so that, but when I stopped to think about it, the more you read it, the more you read it, the more you read it, that's kind of when I thought, well, I guess maybe I personally don't want to forego the 4-3-2 model because I don't know if I can, I don't know how I would, I feel the deficit in terms of curriculum implementation and all that stuff.
So 4 teachers, what's the rest? 4-3-2 is what you said?
Right? 4-3-2.
That's current.
There's no
4-3-2.
Every school
That's
has
correct.
one of each number, so they can do whatever they want, so that teacher already works on it. So there's no sense. I mean, 4-3-2's been working for MSA for one change.
Can I speak up right now? Maggie, do you remember, was it 4 years ago when they asked, we changed the term length of teachers?
Yes, well, of
Or
everyone.
everyone?
All term lengths change. Was it only 4? I feel like it was a little longer than that. Maybe it was about 5, 4 or 5, probably. They changed all the terms. The terms used to be 2 years. And they talked about 4.
That was too much of a commitment.
Yep, and so I think they went with 3.
That's very common.
3?
I think the default under 317 is actually 2. But it seemed like charter schools do 3.
I just remember people saying, like, you barely get your feet wet and then all of a sudden you're off the board. And so having that third term really can dive into it a little bit more in depth. There's not as much turnaround.
And that mentorship, just what you look.
I just wish there was a way we could figure it out so that there's not that one period where 2 teachers are off and it's just kind of like a steady rotation.
4
Can't do that
members.
with 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't part of the governance, but I'm just going to throw out an idea.
Yeah.
Could you do 3 teachers, 3 parents, and then 3 at large that could be comprised of community teachers or parents?
Yeah.
And then that way, anybody that would be interested in filling one of those 6, 7, or 8 seat, or 7, 8, or 9.
7, 8, 9.
One community.
7 or 8.
Yeah, you have to have
Could-
one community member at least.
Oh, yeah, 1 community, 2 at large.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But you need to make sure you don't have 2 of.
You can't have 2
one parent,
teachers.
one Teacher, it couldn't be
So you'd have a
2
majority.
teachers or 2 parents, could not have a majority.
Or maybe that's okay.
And then we have to.
I mean, I'm-
So,
So you would fill the at-large position by just having an election and the 2 people who got the highest votes,
yep.
regardless of what category they ran in.
And I suppose in that election process, right, you'd be I am a parent, or this is my qualification, I'm a teacher, and this is why I would like to. So everybody would have an opportunity,
I
and the
gotta think.
community at large who's voting then would have an opportunity to say which way they maybe want things to lean.
So in that structure would be 3 teachers, 3
Parents,
and then
one community member, and 2 at large.
Because then there'd still be the 4 teachers if you had that one community at large.
But there's 2 at large,
Yeah, and if one was filled by a teacher, it still wouldn't be a majority. It would be.
as long as they weren't both filled by teachers.
Yes, as long as.
Maybe we'd give preference to community members
Well,
first, right?
and again, would something like rank voting help with something like that? I don't know, or I don't know how it would work, I'm trying to
We'd have to-
imagine.
I really like that idea, DJ, we just have to really figure out the structure of that and work out the process.
So in essence, if there was 2 at large, there'd be limits, so it could only be 1 additional parent, or 1 additional teacher, or
Or
2
2 community.
more community
Yeah.
members.
I think we give preference to the community, but then if we don't fill the spot, it'll be at large.
But then you should just,
Well, and-
why not just delineate, sorry, I don't mean it the way it's coming out,
I,
but why not just delineate that seat for that category? I will say this, I don't remember seeing that in the schools that were recommended.
And there's no guarantee we're going to get another teacher, so then that's back to the,
It would look
do
different
we
every
want
year.
for, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely take some thought.
Well, and again, if you're doing the 3-3-3, so you'd have a year with, right, once you get there, so you'd have a year with community member, teacher, parent, right? And then the next year, community member, teacher, parent. But if we already have a community member seated, it could be a community member, or it could be another parent, or it could be another teacher. And then the following year, the same thing, right?
You have to evaluate where you're at that point.
Well, yeah, but you could still have 3 community members, right?
and you're thinking of the election cycle and how that can
Yes.
play out.
Yes. Because if you already have that one community member, it can still be open for community members.
Okay, I think this is the only school that I found.
Or if, let's say, you added the 4th teacher one year, the next year you have a community member. you
Okay.
Take another teacher, you have to do a parent at large.
Like I said,
It might get
you have to
messy.
really think out the rules.
Okay. You want me to pass this around? So I'm almost 100% certain that it's not in any of the, 4 or 5 schools that we looked at, but I did find, this is when I found a teacher majority charter school sample here, Beacon Academy, which was, yeah. And,
And we used to be teacher majority board.
Mhm.
You're just looking at their bylaws.
yeah, they have a majority
Not less than one
teacher
parent, not less than one
bylaw with
community
one
member.
at large. So they have 5 teachers, they
So
have
that's
1
7.
community member, 1
They could have
parent.
6
And they have
teachers.
1 at large.
Nor more
So they only
than
have
6.
8.
So
Right.
I'm assuming 6 would be the maximum.
Right, but then they'd have 6, 7, 8. They still have 1 more room for either another community member or a parent.
Mhm.
An at-large position can be any number of the following positions: parent of currently enrolled student or interested community member. So it's
it does
not teachers.
Not a teacher.
Because of
they
the
also-
5-6.
They have the 5, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If you just want to see how it kind of reads
You want to
with that
see how they work, is
5.
what you're saying?
Yeah, and an at-large is a parent or community member, because it's a teacher majority board.
5.
And those teachers, or 6, no
Yeah.
less than 5, no more than 6 teachers. And then no less than 1 parent, no less than 1 community member. And depending on those numbers, that's just the wording.
Large position, student or interested in community.
So it can't be a teacher.
Yeah.
That's the only place I've seen an at-large.
I like the idea, I just don't think we're ready to move in that direction this year, maybe something for future items.
I think what it is we kind of know what's going to happen, right? We know that we'll
Teachers aren't gonna-
we'll get 3 parents, but we're going to struggle to get the community members. So if we had an at-large seat, Maggie, you think in your experience that it would most likely be filled by a parent?
But then we're looking at four teachers, or three.
Back to 3 parents. Mm-hmm.
Could be 4-4-1.
Yeah, it could be 441.
Then we don't have 5 bed, but
441. And it was that for a while. When
was
we had to have.
441?
Yep.
How did that work?
We had to have a community member because they changed the structure of charter school
Yeah.
boards.
Uh-huh.
As far as governance.
So you just added, yeah, I
You
mean,
just, or you can just add the community member that was.
but isn't the intention to have the teacher's voice be a little louder? Not dominating at 5 or able to vote out at 5,
I
but
think that's where
to,
the guarantee that either having a chair or a vice chair allows for that.
you think that would still balance with the 441?
We'll still have the voice, the 9 voices, just.
The structure of it just completely
Yeah,
different year to year.
It just be a matter of how would we word that at large against, preference of
Yep.
the community member, but then. And then it could be a parent or teacher based on the number of other members.
For lack of a better word, could it be earmarked as a community member seat? But if we do not have anybody running for that seat, then it becomes an at-large of either a parent or a teacher.
Not to exceed 4 either.
And if we're at 4 and 4 already, and 1 community member, we're at 9, so.
So with that language then, would there have to be an amendment of, is it just temporary then until the next election to give precedence to the community member, or is it for the seating of
We
the
can't
term?
change our governance structure.
Yeah, that would be
without-
difficult.
It would have to be our next election, because we're running for election this year.
Or are the at-large seats 2-year terms?
And again, I know that, well, and again, and this is all, and I think, and boards change and how this looks change. One of the reasons they wanted to go to this was because it was cleaner for elections.
Yes.
I don't, well, is that better for the board? Is a cleaner, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's always gonna change.
I was looking at the school Paula started, Blue Sky. Hold on, let me see. Okay, you guys want to read this? These are actually some pretty cool bylaws. They were not recommended to us. They're very different. The demographic is very different, but I find them they're pretty cool. Find it again here. You guys want to start on that end, 3.2?
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Sky Academy?
Oh, they only have three, and
think.
then the rest are
At large.
at large. Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, you could.
And then you kind of have to, Blue
Very good.
Sky Charter
Yeah, I'm
School?
good, thank you.
Thank you.
Just,
This is really different.
yeah, I was just about to.
Yeah.
It could
Yeah. Oh,
lead to a loading.
I mean, the entire, like, if you were to read those bylaws, they're incredibly progressive.
Mhm.
Very fluid, just, I mean,
It seems that way, but it also feels like that could,
super student focused. I mean, it's just really, it's different.
mhm.
I don't know if it's flying the teachers as
No, I
much,
know,
but
I know.
I think that the structure is there that they could work off
But like I
Take
said, they-
DJ's roll real quick, we got 7 minutes.
thank you.
Okay. Or, you know, it's also, you know, just, I think what they've done to serve their student population,
of. Yeah.
which I think is what we should do. Like, this is our community. We are here in Woodbury. How can we, what's good guaranteed representation for our kids? Stability.
And if we did what DJ's recommendation, we'd still want to go to staff, because now we're changing it to possibly 3, but it could be 4 if that at-large position,
Well, and,
right?
so, okay, so now I'm, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I
You
was
go.
just, that one that you shared first, the way it was
Beacon.
worded, you know, at least 3 and no more than 4, right? Could be the same for the parent, could be the same for staff. And then at least 1 community member and not more than 3, right? And if we don't have those individuals running at the general election, then those would automatically turn into at-large bids. And again, since we've already stipulated that it has to be 3, no more than 4, then those 2 other positions would be taken up by a parent or staff.
I think I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that-
if it's the wording of at least 3, no more than 4, at least 3, no more than 4, at least 1, no more than 3.
3.
I'm going to ask a quick question, because I don't try to confuse anything, but what happens if one of those people at large, or whatever, or someone in that category resigns, how do you appoint? Need to be.
But then it could be, well, if you already had 4 teachers,
Yep.
then it could, and it, if,
Or another community member.
right.
Yep.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, if it was a parent that resigned, it would be a community member or a parent.
Right.
If it was a teacher that resigned, then a teacher or a community member.
And it's really compromised, it's also fills the seats, the voice.
So how does this work now for today with the bylaws? This conversation?
I think we'd have to pull it off of the consent agenda, because the consent agenda, we'd have to pull it off, someone have to make the decision, the motion to approve with the change of whatever you just said, DJ.
Well, and I don't,
Right?
okay.
And then it would make a decision.
We'd need
discussion
2 new
decision during
reads.
that time, right?
And
Or
we still
just
need
one.
2 new reads?
Let's go back to our bylaws. So an amendment to the bylaws requires, an amendment shall be read and passed at 2 consecutive board meetings, at which time it will take place. amending the governance model set forth in Article 3 by a majority vote of the board and the licensed teacher employed by the school, and 2, with the authorized approval. So there's 2 requirements. So it doesn't say it has to be, the governance structure change has to be on 2 consecutive board meetings. Let's go to the statute. I'm going to read it. Subdivision 4, 124E.07, subdivision 4. Board structure, board bylaws shall outline the process and procedures for changing the board's governance structure. Consistent with Chapter 317A, a board may change its governance structure only, 1, by a majority vote of the board of directors and a majority vote of the licensed teachers employed by the school as teachers, including licensed teachers providing instruction under a contract between the school and a cooperative. And number 2, with the authoriser's approval. Any change in board governance structure must conform with the board composition established under this section.
So really, this is just like, hey, here's an idea. Staff, what do you think? Authorizer, what do you think? So what does that mean for voting today?
So for today, we have 2 distinct things.
Okay.
We vote on the, we vote on the bylaws, and we vote on the governance structure. And then we have to submit that governance structure. Now what I'm asking you guys is, does the second sentence of our bylaws apply to governance structure? Sorry, the last sentence. An amendment shall be read and passed by 2 consecutive board meetings, at which time it will take effect. An amendment shall be read and passed at 2 consecutive board meetings. So do we think that this amendment to the governance structure needs to be passed at 2 consecutive board meetings, at which time it will take effect? Yeah? So it needs to come back.
So this would be the first time we're saying?
Well, I don't know. That's like,
This would be the first.
okay.
Would it?
Well, I don't
don't know.
I guess I'm just so,
I feel like this is the first.
And then could we bring it to the teachers before the May meeting? Because June had some not gonna have the teachers, right?
So it won't happen this year.
Okay.
Well, if we move it to its first reading today, because this is just discussion.
right.
So if we move it to the agenda as a first
Hold
reading,
off the consent, right?
then it goes to the staff, then it goes to the authorizer. then
No, it
in
has
our
to go
May-
through, it has to go through 2 of us
Oh, before.
before
it
our
goes.
vote is final,
Okay.
right? We need to have a final vote before we send it off to the teachers.
So
So-
tonight would be the first, May would be the second,
Not gonna have it until
Yeah, it won't happen this year.
then it would go to the staff after that.
So it won't happen this year. So basically, if we want to change the governance structure, your only option right now is the 333 that's proposed in the draft that was on the, correct me if I'm wrong, that was on the agenda last month. We can keep it the same, we can do 432, but any other change we make will not happen this year. Right, Mr. B?
Well, if we change, all right, because we change it 432, we don't need to go to teachers.
That's not a
Because
change.
that's not a change. But if we want to go to what was said, then it would delay until the start of the fall. And they did, in talking with her authorizer, she said she says, it seems like you're pushing through our bylaws right now, maybe we don't like so fast, and that's fine, because you have 3 new members come, a third of your membership will be starting, in June. We wait till, have them part of those weeks, since that's gonna be their structure when they take over, so I don't think there's a super huge charge, because it's really not gonna be in play till our next election anyway, right?
Yep. And then that gives
So I think
that
it's better to
group
get it
the
right.
opportunity for more discussion on it.
And I think it's okay that it takes a little bit, I think we wanna get it right, you know what I mean? passes, we get it passed. If we feel that the at-large positions are really the direction we want to go, then I feel it's worth waiting. So, I mean, it's not that much longer.
So are we talking about bylaws or are we talking about governance structure? Okay.
I would recommend keeping the structure as it is with the new proposed bylaws so that we can further investigate this proposed idea before we move forward.
So separating the two, bylaws, governance.
Keeping the governance the same,
Mhm.
The 4-3.
adopting the new bylaws,
Mhm.
and then further investigating the proposal of the at-large members.
And then bring it back next spring and see for a change.
That would be my recommendation.
For two board reads of a proposed change in governance structure, and then it goes to the teachers for a vote.
Preferably before the election next year, right?
Yeah, the
So-
timing should be
May and
nice
June.
if we got the timing.
Yes.
May and June.
Because that's not
Timing
easy,
right.
changing it a little easier.
Mhm. So when would that be, just so I can,
Elections are in July?
February, March.
No.
Should be March.
So elections, well, they just had them in April.
uh-huh,
So then,
March has to be the,
Yeah.
December,
well, and you should know before then.
Yeah,
usually
February.
like December first read, January second read, third.
If you could do it
February
earlier
teachers
even, that'd be
read,
better,
somewhere
but-
in there.
December, with a 1 month cushion,
In this case.
to have a 1 month cushion just in case, that would be December.
Because their election committee should be formed in January next year.
Oh, so, well then it should be done by January, shouldn't it then? So then November. 1st, 2nd, no, but the teachers need a month. So that goes to October. Okay, so October would be first read. Board first read. November would be board second read. December it would go to teachers for a yay or nay. And then January is when the election committee kind of gets together and. But it didn't this year. That's not the
No,
timeline
we were supposed,
followed.
yeah, no,
But we were
because it wasn't on
supposed
the
to.
list, yep.
Okay.
And so we had to rush it through in February.
So pull this off because that agenda and the motion. During the regular meeting. Would that change the bylaws if we just go back to 432?
Well, off the consent agenda, put it into the discussion to make a motion for it to be
Stay the same.
adopt the new bylaws, but the governance stays the same.
Mm, No change in governance structure.
The adoption of bylaws.
Mhm.
Okay, yep, okay, we're gonna wrap up the workshop. We will be back here at 6:15 for the board meeting. Tonight's April 17th, 2023 board meeting to order. I'm Maggie Burgraff, the vice chair. I'll be acting as chair this evening as Dan Ellingson is away on travel. To open the meeting, Joseph, could you please read the vision and the mission?
We were actually gonna switch.
Oh, you're gonna switch around?
I wanted
You
to
guys
make
figure it out.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, so the vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens. The mission is we provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects, with an emphasis on math and science.
And for our land acknowledgement, we would like to acknowledge that the land that which we are gathered on is the land of the Ocheti Shakoi, the people of the 7 council fires of the Wapakute Band, and it is within MSA's responsibility as an academic institution to disseminate knowledge about indigenous peoples and their history with this land. MSA works to build relationships with Native Americans, Native American students and families through academic pursuits and historical recognition.
Thank you. All right, we will do a quick roll call of members. Dan Ellingson is not here. Maggie Burgraff, I am here. Wendell Sletton.
Here.
DJ Johnson.
Here?
Teresa Ward.
Here.
Hedel Patel.
Here.
Student members, Joseph Alayu. Aiello. Apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
And Noah Yehoshep. Excellent. We need to start with an approval of the agenda and a conflict of interest. I motion to approve tonight's agenda. I know, yeah, we got to second it and then we'll,
Oh, so we second it and then
Then we can
change
make
it?
changes.
Okay, I'll second it.
okay. I have some changes too as well. Mr. Vetch, would you like to go first?
I would like to move 15H up right after the recognition of visitors as our insurance broker. Jenny Pine is here from Cross Henderson to present the insurance, health insurance options.
And I would also like to move 15A, I, and III, up to 5, and make that 5C. If we make the 15H now 5B, and make 15A 5C.
So recorded?
Anything else on
Yeah.
tonight's agenda?
I do. I wanted to pull, I guess I pull it off for discussion, 304, policy 304. Sorry? Oh, yes. That's all I have.
Okay, and then was the bylaws thing?
Yeah, we pulled those off for discussion too.
Okay, and that's ready.
So there are 4 changes.
Well, and I have one more. For the 15A change that we now made 15C.
5C.
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 5C1 needs to be April 2023,
Yes.
not May 2023.
And no change to 3 little i's.
Correct.
Okay.
If I can, could I just make sure that I have captured the 4 change, or the 4-ish changes? 15H becomes 5B, 15A becomes 5C, and there's a change that says April 2023. Policy 304 is pulled into discussion, and governance is out of the bylaw.
Bylaws is off, I'm pulling bylaws off the consent agenda for discussion.
All
Excellent.
of the bylaws.
Okay, all of bylaws.
And you said 15A little I or
And?
H little I is,
15A, and I are all moving up as one. 15A, all of it is moving up to 5C.
Recorded.
Okay. I motion to approve tonight's agenda with the changes.
I'll second it.
Good.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So carries. All right. All right, so let's jump into number 5 with recognition of our visitors. And tonight's MSA monthly celebration is for our administrative professionals who work tirelessly at MSA. Caitlin Bond, Becky Bogan, Emma Tiedman, Shawnee Holt, Amanda Stout, and Joelle Punsack. If you are here, some of you are, please.
Recognize them as
Yes.
administrative professionals. Day
Yes.
On April 26th.
Okay, April 26th. Thank you so much. Thank you. Picture time.
Front center.
I can second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. Okay. All right, and now we are going to jump to 5B, which was 15H. So, Mr. Vetch, if you would please introduce our speakers.
Since here, there is a link to the regular packet under 15H for presentation.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. I know insurance is usually a favorite topic, and you've moved me up on the agenda, so I will try to make this as quick and clear as possible, but open to any questions. So charters are statutorily required to go out for bids at minimum every 2 years. Based on the school's size, because there's less than 50 employees, there's kind of 2 different categories of insurance. Large employers, 51 or more, small, 2 to 50. So we actually pursue quotes every single year just to ensure that we're getting the best plans for the money. We do have some of the better plan offerings in the small group portfolio amongst all of our carriers. So we did the market assessment, and just know that in the executive summary that you're looking at, one more page, Amanda, when you're seeing -7, 1.9, 3.4, 6%, those are just increases with the comparable plans. But some of those plans have significantly higher co-pays or out-of-pockets. It's never apples to apples. So we've narrowed down offerings for this upcoming renewal, which is August 1st. So we're still, several months away, but with the end of school coming, we typically would be running open enrollment before staff would leave for coverage to change August 1st. That way everybody has cards in hand, on their summer break. So if we flip one more page, it's going to show you, and it's going to be tough to see if you're in the back room, I apologize. This is the current offering, and there's 3 plan designs. From left to right, it's basically kind of the richest plan. There's no deductible for the employee. The middle plan has a $500 deductible, and then the third plan has a $2,500 deductible and is compatible to having a health savings account. So these are the three choices that staff have today. Now, after these deductibles, there's different co-pays or co-insurance that the employee has cost share. But based on today's enrollment, the school's cost for these three plans is just under $400,000. So it's $394,718.23 based on today's staff. Now granted, we don't know who will take what plan after open enrollment. Some may come on, some staff may not return next year. So again, it's only a snapshot, but historically, we don't have that much movement. Now the plan on the left is our richest plan, where employees who participate in single coverage actually pay $15 a pay period, so $30 a month. The other two choices for single coverage, there's no charge. And then no matter which plan that an employee opts for, the school picks up 50% of their dependents, 50, I don't know, sometimes it's hard to articulate, so 50% of any dependent coverage. So along with just that strong contribution, the plans, that very first plan is considered a platinum plan. So in the small group market, we have platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. There are very few platinum choices between all of our insurance companies. So that's what our market analysis is gauging off of, the richest plans and then the plans that most closely line up. So today we're with Blue Cross Blue Shield offering these three plans. So if you flip one more page, you'll see that if we keep the exact same plans, right? Blue Cross does make changes incrementally to co-pays or co-insurance, and it's because it has to fit into an actual value calculator that the federal government puts in place for the Affordable Care Act. So we don't have a choice if the insurance company makes a plan change with our options. So on our very first plan, there's actually some enhancements over the current, and that would be in green, if you could tell. So green is better, red is a little bit lesser. So if we stayed with the current plan offering with Blue Cross, accepting those little adjustments, there's a 6.4% rate increase. So dollar amount, that's just over $25,000 to the school, the annual change. Now I know your fiscal year doesn't match up always with August, but just from the renewal till the next renewal, we're locking in, it'd be a $25,000 increase. Now, the changes are pretty nominal, but it would impact the employee in what their out-of-pocket exposure in the event they had something catastrophic. So it's not going to have an impact if I have, a couple visits a year plus my annual exam. It's going to be, I'm having a baby, I'm having a knee surgery, I had, something unforeseen, I was in the emergency room and then I was admitted to the hospital for a week, right? That's when out-of-pocket maximums really come into play, but it's real money when they come into play. So we've always been very mindful of that out-of-pocket exposure. So I don't want to take away that the deductibles look the same with the other carriers, because we really have always gauged on what that total out-of-pocket exposure would be to staff. So the next page is the Medica choices, and believe it or not, there's a lot more green on two of our plans. So Medica's rates are actually not as big of an increase, so it's a 3.4, so it's about 3% difference, and that equates to about $14,000. So there's about $11,000 difference if we stayed with Blue Cross versus going to Medica. Now Medica's plan, the Platinum plan, is actually significantly richer than what Blue Cross is. So the employee's cost share out of the gate, instead of being 20% of the bill, they'd only pay 10%. And then the out-of-pocket max for single coverage is $750 less. So that platinum plan, my worst case exposure for single would be $3,000. And if I'm covering my dependents, it would be not to exceed $6,000. So $3,000 per person, not to exceed $6,000. Where today, it's $3,750, not to exceed $7,500. So our families could, in theory, save about $1,500, and then cut that in half for individual coverage. Now, our middle plan, today with Blue Cross, has a higher out-of-pocket maximum. It's $6,750. But before they reach that, they're paying 30% of the bill. So with Medica's middle plan, it's 15% coinsurance, so that's cut in half, and then their out-of-pocket is also $3,000. So we're cutting that exposure, we're cutting it in less than half. Now our HSA plan, which is the far right plan, the deductible is actually just a little higher, and that typically has to do with the IRS minimums and maximums. So the plan on the far right, the HSA deductible would go from $2,500 to $2,800, and then the family would go from $5,000 to $5,600, or to $50. It's $2,600. Did I say 28? It's $2,600 and $5,200. So it goes up just $100 for single and $200 for family. So not a huge impact, but the school, there's 14 employees that participate on that plan. The school still is contributing to that HSA account as well, right? So that plan, if that impact of the little bit extra, we could easily offset that with just putting a little bit extra into the HSA, because we are coming in at 3.4%. So after Randy and I reviewed these and kind of looked at the Blue Cross and looked at Medica, the medical plans are overall richer for less money. And what's not displaying on this are some of the other behind the scene resources with Medica. They have what they call a preventive drug list. So if you're looking at that HSA option, and again, only 14 participating, but there's a 2-page summary of prescriptions, both generic and brand name drugs in multiple therapeutic classes. Some of those meds range from $12 a month to $1,200. And those meds are deemed preventive and would be paid for at 100% before your deductible kicked in. So for those staff that are on that plan, they might be taking one of those meds that would then save them dollars out of their pocket and preserve that HSA balance, whether it's their money or the school's money. So even if the school didn't want to offset that little difference in deductible exposure, there's a lot of things that they'll be gaining up front that would potentially mitigate. I mean, there's inhalers that are $200 to $300 a month on that list that are upfront, no cost. Some of the medications you've probably seen on commercials that are for diabetics, there's antidepressants, there's blood pressure, there's cholesterol. So it's not just 7 or 8 meds. There's 2 pages of very small print. So we kind of went through that. Now with Medica, I think everyone's first question will be, are my doctors in the network? So what we've quoted was their largest, most robust network as well. So all of your major care systems, whether you're at Alina, Fairview, Mayo, you want to be at Health Partners, Park Nicollet. Fairview has been renamed a few times. So whether you refer to it as M Health, the U, Fairview, all of those major care systems. The only time I see disruption when we have a carrier change in the cities, or in Minnesota for that matter, is just a chiropractor. Once in a while, one chiropractor may participate with one and not the other. So it would be pretty minimal impact. All the hospitals, all of your clinics are going to be, very overlapping. Now, the nice thing, if we really were trying to put a strategic plan into place, so, we're subject to whatever the small group rates do. It doesn't matter whether our claims here are fantastic or if they were terrible. So When we're less than 50, we're just pooled with whatever insurance company we're with. Now, we've kind of teetered that 50 employee mark for several years, and then we kind of stuck under it. And again, so strategically, from an underwriting standpoint, I think Medica does a better job with our schools as they grow. Right now, I presented a school this afternoon. In the last 5 years, their rates have went up 11.5%. Right, so, and it's a school with probably 75 employees on their health plan. So they are more competitive when it comes to their underwriting formula. And then second, with Medica, like thinking more strategic long-term, you know, we never know what rates are gonna do. We're starting to see more usage, you know, post-COVID. Some, you know, is gonna come down to just, you know, nurse strikes, you know, the costs at the clinic. As those carriers start negotiating new contracts with these care systems, even if our claim usage stays the same, the cost of our care is truly gonna increase. So when we start looking at ways to mitigate costs here, you know, we have that second plan with Medica that is considered a platinum. So if, let's say 2 years, 5 years from now, we had to eliminate plan 1, you know, plan 2, in theory, has the same out-of-pocket exposure. So we have some instant savings year 2 or 3 from now that I've never had with Blue Cross because of what their plan design and portfolio options look like. You know, Medica provides multiple network choices. So if we ever needed to introduce a network option where, you know, I could select staying with Fairview because that's where I always go, I will never change, I have a doctor that I love, then guess what? Those rates are about 10 to 15% lower. We have a Park Nicollet and Health Partners network. So there's more flexibility within their portfolio and network options, where Blue Cross has one alternative and it's very narrow. And the savings isn't very significant. It's about 5.5%. So it's never mathematically made sense. But these are all choices that we could look at more long-term. You know, the nice thing is whenever we see single digits, we're pretty excited, even though most businesses say, well, Jenny, I can't increase costs by 6%, 8% to offset this. But I think everybody could probably agree in this room, you've seen what healthcare does no matter where you work or, you know, what boards you've sat on. So the good news is, we're sitting in a great position to offer a better plan at a lower rate with Medica. But, you know, this is, you know, for your discussion, and then Randy and I are actually presenting to staff now Wednesday morning as well.
And then we'll bring us, we have that board training with Paula Forbes on the 27th, so we'll have a special meeting to approve the insurance after hearing from teachers. So we give you the whole month of May to get
Yes.
the enrollment piece going, so.
And the last thing, I missed one bullet, Randy. What's not on here is Blue Cross actually excluded the Target CVS pharmacies from their network a few years ago. We thought it would be short-lived, but here we are, how many years later? So with Medica, they would gain, you know, the Target CVS pharmacies back in their network.
Thanks for making that point.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
been
big
huge,
deal.
it's a huge pain.
Yeah, it is a pain. I had one business owner, it was a manufacturing company. They hired a new president, and he thought I was out of my mind that I was not gonna let him go to Target and CVS. He drives by 50 on his way to work. How are they not in Blue Cross's network? And, you know, again, these are things then Walgreens gives them a better price, right? If they say, hey, we're gonna steer more to you, so bring your cost down for us. So it's all negotiations behind the scene, but from the end user, it's a pain point.
Questions from you?
I have just a few feeler questions.
Sure.
Probably stupid, but I'm gonna ask. You said it's not a huge impact. How many employees do we have on non-embedded plans, and are they single or are they family?
So there's 12 that are individual coverage, and then there's 1 in the tier that's employee plus kids, and 1 in the family category. But today's plan is non-embedded as well. So it's kind of that, the challenges with Medica or Blue Cross, the next plan to make that HSA embedded jumps to like 3,600. So it's a pretty big jump to make that embedded for just those two individuals. So we'd basically be increasing the deductible by, $600 for those 12 to bring that out of pocket down for two.
Oh, I see. Okay, so there's two.
Yep, two that would be caring dependents that would have that embedded status.
And the drug formularies are the same under both Blue Cross Blue Shield and?
So
Have you
both
compared?
insurance companies will have their own formulary lists.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't ever match up 100%, but with 80-some% saturation in prescriptions of generics, you're not going to see generic disruption. It's typically brand names, but that's part of us doing that open enrollment early. We'll share the new formulary drug list. If there needs to be a prior authorization made, employees are going to have several months to reach with their doctor to fill out just the paperwork to say, yes, I've tried these alternative plans. And then they can get it approved to be subject to the deductible and co-pays under the new plan.
So they're gonna have to try all those different drugs
No, only if
before they get
So
prior
if I've
authorization again?
tried, 3 different meds that have failed in my history,
Uh-huh.
my doctor just has to let Medica know that these 3 meds have not been effective based on my medical history.
And they have to make sure that the drug is on your formulary list.
So I mean, there's, with all 3 plans, both the first 2 traditional plans, even if they're not on the formulary, they're still covered at a copay. So just like today's Blue Cross plan, you just pay a different copay, whether it's a preferred generic, a preferred brand, or non-preferred brand. So nothing would be quote unquote excluded, unless it would be, FDA approved. So even if you're not on that formulary drug list, there's still coverage for it. It's only on the HSA that you would have to get it on the formulary approval to have it covered. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Good questions.
Any other
Thanks.
questions? No? All right.
When's the one will be in building A?
Okay. See you there.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Just so you know, right?
Yeah, different building.
I had in my note, I was trying to do it in the parking lot, the wind was blowing my note, I'm like 302, it's gotta be that building.
You know how to get
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, so now to new 5C, I moved down, which was 15A. All right, so we have board member appointments that are open. Mr. Vetch, do you want to talk about I, the first little I? Community board member, it should be effective April 23 through June 24.
We have 2 community member board seats open currently, and we have a new community member. She's
Okay, excellent. Hello, Stephanie. Thank you. Okay, so Stephanie is interested in becoming a community board member person on our board, and so I think we just need to approve it with a vote. Is that correct? Okay. I motion to accept Stephanie Ludke as our newest board member, as a community board member, effective tonight through June 2024.
I will second that.
Any discussion? Questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 1 abstention? Motion carries. Welcome. Come on up. Oh, just because you weren't. Welcome. Do you have, is there a paper copy of the board?
I was looking at it on my phone.
You have it on your,
I can-
it is on the website.
But I can get it, yeah,
Okay.
off the website.
All right.
Mine's huge too, you can share.
All right, thank you. All right, so we still have another community board member position, which could be effective this May through June 2025. Any,
We may have one candidate.
okay, working on a candidate, okay. And then Dan and I were talking about the parent board member position, May through June, in that it's a 2-month position, and that to get someone trained in that time. And you haven't heard from anybody, I don't know if you have. And he hadn't either,
I think this
and
makes sense since we-
that we've already had the election, and then we'll be talking about that later tonight, that we will stick with seating in June, as it would have been for a month and a half. Okay. Any questions? Okay.
One.
Oh, yep.
The new position is for how long?
Oh, through, I've just scrolled, June 2024.
2024.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, yep, and so now, thank you, Mr. Veg. We are at open forum. We have a few people on here. We can do a max of 30 minutes. And if you could keep it to 5 minutes, I will start at the top. I have Gary Klontz, Board Ethics and Bylaw Change. Yes. Yep.
Good evening. I'm here, I was here last month to speak about the ethical standing of this board. In the past month, I've come in possession of a student petition that was created and distributed by a student member of this very board. One, this petition was unfair on its face due to the inherent bias of who received the petition, that is, it only went to like-minded students and not to the entire student body. But two, I believe it undermined this very board that this student had the privilege to sit on. It actually resulted in one duly elected board member to be removed, and intimidated another duly elected board member to resign prior to the last board meeting. Three, this petition named these two aforementioned board members by name, which is against this board's very de facto policy of not naming names. In reading it, I found it to be libelous in its nature. In Minnesota, minors are not exempt from being sued over libel. I advise both previous board members to bring suit against the individual lest he resign. I don't believe he acted alone though. I believe there has been a lot of collusion behind the scenes and a lot of planning outside the camera's eye to stack the makeup of this board to easily pass radical policies with opposition or debate. Intimidation has also been used to ram through some of these policies. To prove this board is stacking the makeup of this board, I believe in many of the bylaws to remove board members without anything other than cause or without cause. Without cause, you can remove a member of this board with a simple election or with a simple vote. Parents, this is what your board member is doing. This is how they view your vote. It's not sacrosanct when you can just remove someone. There's a word for the current culture that I found in this board and this administration, and I hate to say it, but I think it's toxic. One student board member even alluded to it last month by saying he feels the student body is more divided than ever. Of course it is. It's the culture at the top that flows directly down to the students. And you're all setting this culture. In the last several meetings alone, you can see it. I found the behavior of this board to be something less than shameful. But back about working behind the camera's eye, it seems this board comes to decisions about controversial policies extraordinarily quickly and with little to no debate. This includes the extraordinarily rapid adoption of the DEI policy created by the students rather than the Policy and Governance Committee, who advocated their authority at best, or worse, colluded with the students and using them as a shield to protect them from criticism. This board has set a culture of violating their own bylaws and policies when it suits them, and has then used the same apologies to cudgel against board members they disagree with. Again, as stated last month, we call for the immediate resignation of the student board member who undermined the integrity of this very board by bullying tactics to remove and intimidate board members. We also call for the immediate resignation of the head of the Policy and Governance Committee, who I believe colluded with the students in that creation of that policy in violation of open meeting laws, in the creation of and wielded this authority as a weapon against another board member. And finally, we call for the investigation of these claims and violations against open meeting laws. So for people like us that want to know more, Visit us at facebook.com/parentsagainstmsaboard or email parentsagainstmsaboard@outlook.com. Thank you.
Are we?
Heather Crisco, Bylaws.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Vetch. I'm Heather Crisco and I'm a parent at MSA. I just want to share that there was no discussion with the first read of last month's bylaws. Board members were asked to send Ms. Patel questions. I then sat in that governance meetings. There were 2 of them, only one of them is counting. And a committee member shared questions and was told by the governance chair that bylaw questions would be discussed in tonight's workshop. In the workshop tonight, you discussed the governance structure, but no other updates on the bylaws, and there is no redlined version available. If the vote occurs tonight, then no public discussion on the majority of the bylaws will have been made in public. What happened to the committee members' questions? Why wasn't there a discussion on other sections of the bylaws? If discussions occurred in the governance meetings, that's fine. But those meetings did not follow open meeting law, so the board and the public did not hear those discussions. The other thing I'd like to bring up too is in last month's meeting, Mr. Ellingson did mention the fact that policies 301 through 305 were brand new. They were in the first read. Tonight, one of them was pulled out, but the others are still in the consent agenda and have never been discussed, and they're brand new. So there has been some discussion about that. Thank you.
Kim Jensen, Bylaws.
Hi there, my name is Kim Jensen. I'm a parent of an MSA student, and I wanted to speak about some serious concerns I have with the new bylaws. In the proposed bylaws, it says a director may be removed at any time with or without cause if 2/3 of the remaining directors present affirmatively vote to remove the director. In the current bylaws, it states a member can be removed in dismissal for cause. The board member who was voted off in the February meeting had to have cause. We don't know if the 8 reasons given for cause were factual because there was no investigation done on the reasons for cause before a vote was done. Under the new bylaws, there doesn't need to be a cause. A board member could have a personal vendetta against another member, and that board member could rally up support of other board members and choose to vote out another board member just because. Board members should not be able to vote off other duly elected board members unless there has been serious misconduct that has been investigated and proven to be true. Thank you.
Alex Hardicay, 102.2.
Hello, I'm Alex Hardkey, a junior here at MSA. I've spoken at a previous board meeting regarding the policy 202.2, and I'm here to address the concerns made by a parent. To put it plainly, the statements made by this parent were targeted and harmful. If I were to replace transgender with any other demographic, the blatant intolerance would be on full display. But it was considered to be completely fine because it was about transgender people. If I had said that I was scared about my kids sharing a bathroom with a student who has brown eyes because it made them uncomfortable, you would think that I am completely intolerant of people with brown eyes. If I had said I was concerned about my kid sharing a bathroom with a student who happened to be Jewish because it made them uncomfortable, you would think that I am completely intolerant of Jewish people. I ask of you now to fill in that statement with any other student demographic and to think whether or not it would be appropriate to say such a thing, let alone at a board meeting. Many statements like that were made, but the one that stuck with me specifically was that somehow by allowing trans kids to use the restroom, it was going against the teaching that certain parts are private. Not only is this an adult accusing minors of something that is classified as sexual assault or sexual harassment, multiple studies show that the gay and trans populations are overwhelmingly the victims in such scenarios and at the hands of the cisgender community. I interact with transgender people on a daily basis, whether it be through friends, GSA, or volunteering with Queer Youth Assemble. But recently, I was talking to a middle school aged kid, and they kept asking me why. Why can't people see that we are the same? Why can't they see that we are human? Why can they not have empathy for us? I would not lie to this kid. I could not lie to this kid. I told them that unfortunately, some people will never see us as anything other than sexual, that we are just a fetish and barely, if at all, human, and that we are not allowed to get mad or upset at the constant allegations thrown at our community, which are clearly based in fallacies. We are forced to sit and watch as people who hold these same beliefs slowly attempt to eradicate us from your bathrooms, eradicate us from our access to healthcare, and eradicate us from the planet. Recently, I was talking to a staff member, and I cannot describe the look on their face when I told them that I could walk into any class on campus and be able to point out the people that I am not safe around. You'd think in Minnesota, I'd be able to escape the constant hatred for my community. I do not live in Tennessee, Florida, Texas, or any of the other 24 states attempting to make my existence illegal. I live in Minnesota, and in Minnesota, it is law that I'm to be treated as a human being. And as a school in Minnesota, it is MSA's job to protect and value the trans community at MSA. Thank you for your time.
Annie Cardenas, concerns about MSA.
Hello, I'm so glad to be on this side. Thank you, Alex. As you know, Ed and I have a trans kid, and it's hard. It's very hard. Although we had bathrooms, I hope we did have bathrooms back there. Hopefully they fix some of it for transgender kids and that the administration can help with that. All right. Greetings, MSA community and board of directors. In December of 2022, I received 2 communications from former student parents of mine regarding identifying me in the redacted investigation report released to the public last year. 2.5 weeks ago, I ran into a former MSA SPED teacher at Dairy Queen. When I approached her and told her that I never violated IEPs or 504s while I worked at MSA and that I always went above and beyond what I needed to do for all of my kids, especially my SPED kids, she said she read the report and she said, "I didn't go after you, Annie." I also mentioned when I asked how she got the report, she said that everyone could get the report. It was public. I'm here today, and by the way, thank you, Randy, for giving me the report, because after my December, I had to go back to my therapist to work out some of the trauma that I received over the last 2.5 years being on the board and accused of things. I'm here today because I'm tired of the $120,000 report being deemed infinitely true. Here it is, $120,000 spent on this report. Thank you again, Randy, for offering me this report so I could work through it with my therapist. I was given less than 3 hours, maybe 2.5 hours with the investigator 9 months before this report came out. Ms. Matthews, I'm watching you, please call me. I'll give you my contact. Ms. Matthew, the investigative lawyer, never came back and asked if I had emails, proof, or people to interview who could testify against the report allegations. All tabs here are items that I found false. I made this known at a 2022 June board meeting, closed session, that these were false that I found. And also we were able to write on this what we found false. These were never given to the public, only this deemed as true. Nothing was ever followed up, yet this report was released to the public and continues to be the narrative of this board, especially a few of you, that this report is true. And it wasn't even released with our statements against this that we did a year ago. So here are my big points. I am one of 5 teachers falsely accused of heinous accusations. The other 4 female teachers also cared so much about MSA, served on the board, 3 of us were chairs, and who worked tirelessly in the classroom and outside of the classroom to support this school and our students. 3 of us are gone. Look around, students and family. We are teachers who your kids loved, even though we held high academic standards. Who are these? Or they're not here this year. There are 2 other teachers that have been forced into silence, punished professionally last year, and threats for silencing or termination for things they did not do. They are scared here at MSA. I am here to speak my truth and against the most egregious allegations there are many more in this report. I was written up over 215 times. this position, that this is true, is defamation for me and other students. Unsubstantiated allegations released by this board, and we didn't even get our say in it because we wrote pages after pages of how we disagreed with this last year. Okay, here we go. Ready? I'm going to give you my 5 big ones that kill me because I love this school and I love these kids. Allegation 1. I refused to follow IEP and 504 plans and was disciplined for this over 2.5 years and threatened to be terminated after being coached by the former director. That was allegation 1 in this report. Allegation 2. I actively sought to exclude struggling students from my classroom. Allegation 3. I disappropriately referred students of color for disciplinary action. Allegation 5. I continued to interfere with administration decisions and was neglected or misused my position on the board of director duties last year, 2022-23. Allegation 1. Did I do all that? No. Allegation 4, I'm sorry. I am, as a board member, overrode supervision directives, avoiding accountability in my poor job performance over several years. All written in here. Allegation 1, I'd like to I'll get this back. By the way, I missed the podium that we used to have over there. Allegation 1, IEP 504 violations. Okay, I only failed 1 student in my 10 years at MSA. That student wasn't even a SPED student, and he didn't turn in work. As I often have said, I can't grade error. I rewrote my entire chemistry as a modified curriculum on my own dime, in 2017 and 2016-17. When that wasn't enough, I adapted and adjusted so that my students knew they could be successful in chemistry. I did that for non-SPED students also. I never gave my students a free grade. Ever did I give my students a free grade. They and I worked together to show them how proud they should be if they could do it. It felt so amazing at how capable they felt at the end of the year when they knew they could do it. I knew this would carry them as far after they hit the adulting years, a couple years after my classroom, and this is why I did it, for you. You could see your grit, and you could see you could do it. I was often treated by administration and SPED like these students were not capable of chemistry. And if I held them accountable and they failed, it was me that was discriminatory against a protected class. Those that told me this never read the emails I received after those students went on to great things in adulthood because they learned you can do hard things. I was never told or written up for violating IEPs or 504s, even though the report said that prior administration told me 2.5 years I was terminated for this behavior and I was coached. This is not true, period. Allegation 1. Allegation 2, I actively sought after to exclude struggling students from my classroom. I suppose this was for the way former administration insisted teachers handled AP entry students. I came back to MSA 6 years ago. I was told that teachers decide who get into AP classes. This precedent was set years ago. I worked at 5 schools. This is the only school that administration was not in charge of AP scheduling. Every school has criteria for students entering into AP chemistry. I did what I was asked. AP chemistry is tricky. Our school, unlike 90% of other schools, do not require chemistry as a prerequisite. We allow 10th graders to take AP chemistry. Ms. Albers and I struggled to make sense of this responsibility and did the best we could. Prior administration sat in AP meetings, nodding and agreeing I was written up. Nodding and agreeing, and I was written up for being discriminatory for a responsibility that should have never been assigned to me. Allegation 3, I disproportionately referred students of color to the office. I don't send students to the office. If I have an issue with any student, we talk in the hallway and we come up with a plan for a better way for both of us to work or behave. This allegation is not true, period. Allegation 4, I, as a BOD member, overrode supervision directives, avoided accountability in my poor job performance. This investigative report stated I was on corrective action for 2.5 years due to IEP and 504 violations, and that I was counseled by the director. I was never talked to. I was never coached by the former director about violation, and my personnel file has no collaborating timeline with this. I did find it sus, however, that 2 investigations occurred after non-renewal of the former director contract in April 9, 2024, and 2 items appeared in my personnel file, poof, after the board. The first one was after the board did an investigation. That was one, collaborated by a board member sitting here that is said. The second one appeared after I got my personnel file in May of last year, and or May of 2021, before the investigator got my folder, and all of a sudden, poof, notes appeared after that when I picked up my personnel folder just a couple weeks ago. Interesting how 2 things can appear. And thank God you have the HR. By the way, when I picked up my personnel file was the first time it was done proper. Thank you, Randy, because that is a major problem we had here, is that 3 people had access to it and all of them were my boss. Poof, 2 things appeared. Allegation 5, I continue to interfere with current administration decision and was negligent or misused my position on the board of director duties last year, 2022 to 23. I wish Dr. Hinton was here because I would say, please help me out, Dr. Hinton. How did I interfere with administration decision or misuse my position on the board of director duties last year? I worked hard as a teacher. Ask my husband over here. I worked 60, 70, 80 hours a week on an average for the 10 years I worked here for my kids. I got grading back. I did what I needed to do, so they were supported. I told many people that you, Dr. Hinton, were a refreshing verb administrator. You are action and was also the first high school principal assistant director who observed me in my classroom. Nobody else came and observed me. I was always deferred out to middle school principal or the director before. So, Dr. Hinton, thank you. Okay, I'm a little nervous. I didn't think I was going to be shaking on this. Adrenaline. Families and students, look at these Post-it notes. Look at them. What would this look like if the other 4 teachers were allowed to tag their truths? We were allowed to write stuff about how we felt it was a truth. Never got published. This did and handled as truth by this board. This is only me. By the way, if I had been discriminatory, if I have, and please, families, students, whoever, if I had been discriminatory or violated your IEP 504, please email me at eacnco68@aol.com. If you didn't write that down, this can be reviewed. I want to make amends to you. Even if I haven't done that, I'd love to hear from you. You now have my personal email. I fear that if I was a teacher at MSA right now, everyone would get a trophy with the current state of things, whether you earned it or not. What family students built with us doesn't exist or hasn't even existed since my return in 2017. That teachers, administrators, students, and families work together for so many years to get students ready for adulting. How sad. Free grades would be my motto at MSA right now. I hope you protect teachers. I hope administration protects teachers. There are a lot of them scared right now to do the right thing and teach these kids they can do it. Nels Matthews. I was never given my voice or given the chance to present evidence against these allegations. I had 2.5 hours of your time. I would love to hear from you. My email, eacnco68@aol.com. Please contact me. This would be on your dime, by the way, because MSA doesn't want to pay any further, although we may, as defamation continues, force this. Hopefully not. Finally, how did this happen? This report demonstrates such a toxic environment between departments. The toxic environment didn't exist between departments and between teachers and administrators. Whether you believe it did exist, not in this way this was presented. When the former SPED teacher told me she wasn't coming after me at Dairy Queen, that is how my last 5 years at MSA felt. Coming after me because I believed in this school and my beautiful, beautiful students. They could do hard things. I believe they could do hard things, and they will carry that pride their whole lives. I never gave out free grades, and I didn't fear those who were coming after me. I still am. I'm still proud of myself, my board service, and my teaching MSA. Cardenas, peacing out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, open forum. All right, we're gonna move on now to approval of minutes from the last board meeting. I'll motion to approve the March minutes.
I'll second.
Oh, wait, I can't motion, I wasn't here. Can someone else motion, please? I'm
I
sorry.
will motion that we approve the minutes from last month's meeting.
Questions, discussion?
Oh, I think my name's spelled wrong somewhere in there.
Now that you mention it,
Now that you mention it.
in the student representative section, Joseph and my name are like
Switched?
yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay. I'll switch it.
There's also a WYAL
Oh.
instead of WLA. That's 15D.
I think that's a spell check, but definitely we'll catch it. 15B,
15.
WYAL,
15D.
D, thank you.
Yep.
And you had a misspelling on a name?
Yeah, it's F, hold on, let me see, 15F?
Thank you. And in the student rep areas where that was switched.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, all those in favor of the amended minutes? Or do we have to make a new motion to approve the amended minutes? Let's make a new motion.
Make a motion that we approve the amended minutes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
I guess I do
Yep.
too.
All right, student rep reports. Gentlemen?
Oh, okay.
What?
Chair.
That was chair first?
It's how it's listed here.
Okay, you're right, I jumped ahead, I apologize. All right, Dan sent me a quick email, and so I'm just gonna read that. Dear MSA community, apologies for not being able to make our April board meeting in person due to business travel. There's a good session scheduled for tonight, and I look forward to hearing how it went. I'm also looking forward to our board training, which will be scheduled for April 27th. Over the last month, we've had a number of comments requesting we better engage our community, especially regarding expansion initiatives. We are in the process of holding more open meetings on these topics and are working towards communicating as much as possible to ensure we are all brought along together. Thank you for your continued support of MSA and your active participation in our process of cooperation. So that's from Dan. All right, sorry. No,
Oh.
student reps.
Yeah. So earlier today, so from like 8 o'clock until like 4 o'clock, a group of students, like 30 students, were out at the Capitol. It's for a program called Youth Day at the Capitol, and basically they had an opportunity to like engage in like advocacy sessions led by representatives from the Minnesota Youth Council, like me, and we taught them how to advocate for themselves and how to later in the day meet with their legislator. So throughout that day, they were able to engage in activities in the History Center and in the Capitol. And towards the end of the day, they met with I think Representative Cha, and they also met with Governor Walz, and they were able to have a Q&A and like talk with them and learn from them, and it was great.
It was a good experience, huh? Wonderful.
Yeah, I had two things. One thing, there was like, wow, can't get my words out. I am one of the leaders of and founders of our school's Black Student Union, as it is our most largest, or I should say one of the largest clubs at MSA. And we hosted our very first fundraising event. Well, we haven't hosted it, so it was supposed to be hosted last Thursday. And there was a lot of confusions about what the Unity Night was supposed to be. I guess it wasn't put out as well as it was supposed to, as I was told that there were a lot of parents calling confused about what it was. So we rescheduled it to this Thursday, and it's going to be from 5 to 7. But it's going to go probably a little bit longer because we have it rented out for longer. But essentially what it is that, well, it's a fundraiser for our club, Black Student Union, so that we can continue doing what we love and keep the kids engaged in the community and learning more about their culture and heritage. It's $3 for admission, and essentially what it is it's going to be like, there's going to be concessions for food, and there's going to be music. There's going to be also an open mic, and I think some people were confused about what the open mic was. It's just like, I don't know if any of you guys went to the orchestra and the band concert, but I was told that there was a really good speaker. Can you remember me his name?
Mr. Key might have.
The Joe Davis,
Yeah,
the
Joe
spoken word
Davis,
poet.
right? So yeah, he was, and he did a lot of spoken poetry, and that's kind of what we were aiming to hope for, and just like get a lot of the students' talents and a lot of their poetry, and if they wanted to speak, they could come and do that. So that's kind of what the Unity Night is, and it's just supposed to be a night of engagement and fun and unity building. So, and I think MSA needs that. So that's what that's for. It's this Thursday, and I hope you guys all come because it's gonna be fun. Yeah, so I also did talk to one of the representatives that I met today. His name is Representative Ethan Cha. He is the representative of Woodbury, and his story was that he was a refugee from Thailand, and he came into America, and now seeing that he was like a scared 4-year-old boy, and now he's a representative for our city here. It's something big, and it's something that I wanted him to kind of share with us. So he said that he would try his best to try and make it on the Black Student on the Unity Night. So if you guys, another reason why you guys should probably come. But yeah, so that's a really cool thing, and I got to speak with him. He has a really good mustache, also, really cool. On the topic of poetry, though, I don't know if I brought it up, but I did get. So I've been working on a book for a very long time, and it's called The Flower Factory, and it's a story because a lot of people don't know my father, who passed away when I was 5 years old from brain cancer, and ever since me growing up, I just felt like there's a piece of me that's missing, and it's been a lot of poetry that I've come up with, what would I do, or what would I say to him if I had another chance, and it's a lot about how to deal with grief and how to cope with grief. So there are multiple stages in the book where I go through the different stages of grief and how to deal with it, what it is. And then I also have a lot of poetry that goes along with it, and there's also drawings inside the book as well. So it did just get copyrighted a couple weeks ago, and I'm working on getting published, and I will come up with more announcements as it comes, but yeah, just be on the lookout for that. So
Congratulations, that's excellent. Thank you, both of you. And next we have Executive Director's Report.
In the report, I won't go over the whole thing because the first thing, I'm just going to kind of keep including the enrollment tracker as we go through. You'll just kind of see where we're at with enrollment for each grade, and then how many students are still on the wait list. So as you can see, we still have over 400 kids on the wait list. So, and that number, 661, is going to come down as we're hearing some students not coming back. So, and the next part is just an update with special education, just some information regarding some things that were said last month. And then I want to go over the transportation scenarios. As I mentioned last time, I went over that. There was some things in the merger brief that were inaccurate, as we found out through the MDE, some of the stuff with transportation that we're not considered a district, even though we are one district, as far as how transportation. So I want to go over some of the scenarios. The one that's in there's a few things that I found out are not quite the right numbers, so I handed this out. There's some on this scan over here for me to see those as well. But I have basically some scenarios. Of course, the first scenario is if we continue staying at 33, use 33 busings, there is no transportation cost. So hopefully, if there's an expansion, we can find land or I'm sorry, not land, it's too expensive. A building that we can renovate in 33. That would be our first scenario. That has been a challenge. The other options are if we end up either expanding or merging outside of 833, well then there'll be some transportation costs. So I did some different scenarios, as you can see. There's 3 different percentages you'll see. Right now, I ran 3 different, you can see, and this will change as we go along too, because it's just the number of, we don't know how many kids will actually ride the bus. Currently here at MSA, 60% of our students ride a bus. At WLA, they're about 80%. So I ran different grids with 60, 70, and 80%, just to give you an idea. So, but that's just the number. So with that percentage of the number of enrollment towards the top, then divided up by 50 for how many buses we'll need. So that you can kind of see what the number of buses we would need for those number of students. The cost per bus is $305 per day, so which is about $51,000 a year. So that gives a total number of costs, and then you can see that bus cost. That's about, just to get an idea about how much we pay in transportation, that would be charged to our school. Since we'll be contracting our own bus services, the general transportation aid will come to us instead of 833, so there is a little bit of a kickback from the state on transportation aid. It averages, it's about $325 per pupil. And that's on your total pupil count, not the numbers riding the bus. So now you can see about how much in those 3 different percentages would we get back in state aid, and then I subtract those out so you can see what the cost would be for us at those different enrollment numbers, and of course the number of percentages of how many students would be riding a bus. That would be one kind of scenario B. Scenario C is if we would charge a bus fee. That's something we can look at, whether we offset some of the costs. Of course, there are parameters around a bus fee. We have to be very careful how we do that. We have to make sure that students are completing the educational benefits, free reduced lunch applications, because if they qualify, then they don't get charged. But then the schools do receive money back from the state at 15 cents per mile. So there's some other things that come into that play too. And also there are parameters of how you can charge a bus fee, if that's something the board would decide to do to offset some of that cost. But I just wanted to give you those are the numbers for transportation that we could incur if a merger or expansion would happen outside of 833 school districts. So there might be some costs, and there's some ways that we could probably offset some of those costs, whether there's a bus fee or there's some other options. So something we can look forward, we can look towards down the road once we get through our non-negotiables, where we're at. And I just want to bring those numbers forward. This will be something I'll be working with Bergen if we go to the next stage of the merger expansion, if we get past the non-negotiables and start updating, because of some of the finances that we had in the merger brief are not accurate anymore because there's been some changes. For instance, there's been a change in the the percentage that kick back to schools. It will not be 2%. It's going to be maybe 4% or 5%. We don't know yet. We will know in June. So that's already changed, and our budget reflects it. There's also some enrollment changes. We have that in, you'll see in our budget that's coming forward. So there's some other changes as we go too. So there's all bond rates have gone down a little bit, so that's kind of nice. There's, as we move forward every month, things are kind of changing budget-wise, so we'll update that merger brief, but also track the finance. So, any questions?
So that was 15 cents per mile available first.
For aid.
Yeah. So this just reflects our student body. This doesn't reflect WLA as well.
It could. I just ran different numbers. I went for student people count of 600, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, just to get an idea. Which could not be 2,000 would most likely be with the merger, right? So,
Potentially the 1,500.
I just grabbed 4 different enrollment numbers, which, that's gonna move, and once we know the exact count, we can get a little bit more closer to actual. Just get an idea, so we can see what that cost would be, so. Well, we're gonna get a couple of different scenarios.
Bergen's gonna look at it.
Yeah, if we get past these non-negotiable things.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Vetch,
Yes.
just so I think I've gathered exactly how this kind of grid system works and understand the kickback portion of how that relates from money that might be incurred. But let's look at scenario B. On the left-hand side of the page that has 2. So let's just say it's 70%.
Ridership?
Yep, ridership is at 70%, which is in between those 2 schools. Right? And I'm just looking at 1,500.
Okay.
And then I'm seeing that just a little over $1 million. But then 487
Comes back to us through aid. Yeah.
would come back to us as aid. So that would render that cost of moving 1,000 students at around $500,000. Little, 58, okay.
Yes. So either that's what we'd have to write in our budget, or if we do a bus fee, or somewhere in between, and that's something we can decide, talk to our families about.
That's
Okay.
it.
No, thank you.
But it's a big budgetary
It is.
concern.
Something we have to take into consideration.
And I guess I should ask about scenario C, would that be with a bus fee?
That's what, yes, that just divides about what a bus fee would run to break even, but it might be something.
And so what you're suggesting is maybe it's a portion of that, and then
Right.
we would have to recommend agreeing to whatever that other difference is. Okay, thank you.
And is that for the year, the bus
Yeah,
fee?
That'd be a yearly, if it's, well, I think it would be somewhere between, just to break even.
But what you wrote down is for the year.
I did request a long-range projection, kind
Okay.
of what we saw in the merger packet, just so we could see how that would affect the budget
Okay,
with or without the fee.
Okay.
In each of these scenarios.
okay. So then you're gonna do that at your next finance committee?
I'll add that to our next finance.
Okay. Anything else?
I have to be honest, I'm really against a bus fee. It's just because it's not equitable to our students. If you think about the number of kids who do take the bus, it's because they're low-income families. They don't have family at home. And so ultimately that cost is gonna come back on us as a school. So I'm really hesitant with catering the idea of a bus fee, personally.
But when you'll see with the bus fee, you'll see the other two too.
And
Okay.
I've been at, the other charter schools I've been at, none of them use public transportation. I think 88% of charter schools actually end up contracting services. It's for reasons of start times, end times, making it more challenging. There's a lot of schools that contract their own. Of the other 5 I've been at, 1 did a bus fee, the other 4 just paid the cost.
And what's about the percentage of students who currently ride the bus?
Ours?
Yeah.
It's about 60%.
Okay, all right. And that's probably pretty I mean, it's always been about 50 to 60 historically, so, and not that can't change.
And we have a higher percentage, or not more percentage of WA people, because we have driver's license.
Right,
Some
well,
kids-
and there's that changes too when you have high school.
But then we're looking at the parking lot.
Yeah, then we're looking at parking lots. But so then too, so you have a high schooler who rode the bus until this year, right? Because now they have a car. So how does that factor? You know what I mean? Like, is that kid still on the bus route? Because I know at my kid's high school, Once they hit junior year, they're not on the bus route unless you call and say, put my kid on the bus route.
If you remember in the communication that went out, or Joel was sending, there was something that there was an opt-out to families.
For
that
busing.
didn't work and use busing, and then that's what 833 uses those students when they put in their routes, who's taking a bus, they know how many students. So we do that opt-out, which I think just was the last few weeks ago.
Opt-in.
Yeah, the opt-in, oh, if you want to use it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yes.
Okay.
And then what if a family decides to switch mid-year, their kid got
Yeah.
the license in January, so now they can drive to school? I mean, do they still have to,
They just let the bus company know.
but do they have to pay that fee as?
Usually it's a check, a semester fee, I know the school that does it, Buxby, they do it per semester, this per semester. I think their free was around $300.
Well, but how does that affect us too? Like, is the bus company gonna say, well, that kid said in September they were riding the bus, but then come November, they're driving, are we still?
Unfortunately, we probably will,
paying
because if
for
you
that?
one student going off of buses, you're gonna shorten one
Right.
bus, right? It's kind of
Well,
like an
I mean,
airport.
who knows, maybe that's the kid who lived,
Way over all that.
Yeah.
You never know, yeah.
And some schools charge a parking fee, right?
oh, yes.
I mean, there's.
So-
Are we charging a parking fee? We have in the past on occasion,
We need some parking.
but we're not currently,
That big pothole there.
we're not currently? Okay.
If we were to contract our own busing, Randy, would that mean in the case of a merge, we could bus kids from possibly St. Paul or even Newell, or is there still restrictions as far as zoning?
You don't have to, you do within the district. If you wanna go outside, you may have a bus that's gonna, if it's gonna go all the way to wherever, it's gonna be, you're not gonna have as many kids on that bus. You're gonna designate a bus for picking up one or that route's gonna be too long. So, there's ways around it, just.
But your projection would be for the two school districts, again, going off with a potential merger, so it'd be 622 and.
And if we contract, we actually could we could change our start and end times if we want, or if that was something we want. Of course, you gotta be very careful because you gotta make sure you have enough drivers from that company and so forth to work around with the bus driver shortage. So you gotta be careful. You have more control over that if you want.
I have a question. So if we were to merge with WLA, wouldn't like the bus price be like astronomically large? And also,
It probably
that's my
these
first
numbers, because like 2,000 would be with a merger.
Okay, and then my second thing is because I don't know how it's gonna work because I mean WLA is over there and I know like they were talking about like shifting kids to like different locations, but I believe that WLA is in the 622 district, right? So, but we also have kids from 833, and I think like what 833 says with their transportation is that they are not obliged to like bus outside of 833. So wouldn't we potentially like lose all the kids, like a lot of
That's
the
why
kids?
this is, yeah, because we're gonna have to pay for their transportation, just
So-
because of that. That's why these costs, this is what the cost would be for us,
Oh.
to provide transportation.
Does
That makes sense?
that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question.
Yeah, this is paying for our own
That's,
transportation.
yeah, that's.
And then
It's
that
very
wouldn't be any,
expensive.
we wouldn't have to shuttle, there wouldn't be a shuttle.
Yep. All right, thank you. Anything else? Okay, let's move on to committees. Governance is first. Any questions for Hedo on governance? Okay. Election committee, I can talk to that quickly. We had 2 meetings. The first was to say, yes, here are the people who are going to run for the election, to validate that they were parents, and then which teachers wanted to run. We had the candidate statements go out, we sent out emails, and had it run in the announcements, and voting closed at noon on the 13th, and we had our second meeting that afternoon to validate the results. And so if you look on the second set, thank you, of meeting minutes, you will see our parent votes. We had 134 voters, and we confirmed that with Justin's way of doing it, in that Teresa got votes, but Dan got emails of who cast a vote. So we didn't get those together. So we don't know, we didn't have the information together to say, this vote came in at this time for this person. Those were separated by two separate email accounts. So we just had the counting of the votes, made sure it matched Justin's numbers and Dan's numbers of the amount of emails. And so we confirmed all that. The parent winner is Mary Yap, and that will happen in June. And we have two teachers, Isaac Leonardi and Sarah Harms. But recommendations for next year, make it more clear how the anonymity works. Justin thought it'd be a good idea to actually have a conversation about that and make that public. And then Dan and I decided how we were going to contact everyone for the results. So we want to say that everything matched. When background checks are completed, everything will be fine. As far as I know, that's already all done. So we are set. And we need to dissolve this election committee because our job is done, and a new one can be formed in January. So I guess that would be the motion I would need to set, is that I make a motion to dissolve the current election committee.
I'm on that committee, can I second that? Or does that have to be by someone?
I don't know, maybe somebody else?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Motion to dissolve the election committee.
Yeah.
How can we get more voters?
And
You're less than
we kind of talked about that.
30%.
And do you want to explain what you were talking about, how you've done at other charter schools?
From other schools, what we did is we did our annual meeting, where it was like a state of the school on that night. So we had a evening where we had the state of the school annual report. We gave an update of where things are at the school. So that suffices the annual report or annual meeting requirement. And then we would have all the candidates at that meeting, and you could stream it live too. And they would go up and introduce themselves and answer the 3 questions that are in the application. They talk about themselves, and anybody could either in person or that was watching at home could meet the candidates, and then right there we'd start voting. We had a lot of parents that came to that annual meeting, and then we had computers set up. They would go in and they would vote right there, and they can also vote from home. And we had a lot more active participants that day.
And Justin did say that by time stamping, he could tell, like in the morning, when the announcements went out, a lot of people might see that in their inbox, or when we'd send out an email, there'd be a kind of a little surge voting at that time, and then others would trickle in, and then when another email, he said he would see that. So that might be something too. I mean, maybe it's an everyday thing.
A question about the teacher elections, what chairs are those replacing?
Myself and Teresa. All right. All those in favor of, well, I guess do we dissolve the committee and then we have to approve the winners, I
Is there
think.
any other discussion?
Actually, I think we have to approve the winners first and then dissolve the
Okay,
committee.
then strike my motion.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm holding it.
Thank you.
For later.
Hold it for later. Yes, I apologize. I motion to approve the results of the election.
I'll second.
Okay, Teresa said. But I don't know. All those in favor?
Am I allowed to vote on things that have occurred before?
Probably not.
So I
You're better off
abstain
just
on
abstain- yeah,
everything
yep,
tonight?
yep,
Okay.
yep. But asking questions is
Okay.
always good. Opposed? Abstentions?
501.
Okay. And now I motion to dissolve the election committee.
I'll second that one too.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
501.
Merger committee, up again. So, we had a meeting last week to go over, the non-negotiables, their wording, excuse me, items of critical importance, that they shared with us. And so we talked about that. That's later tonight in the meeting as well. But these are just the minutes. If anyone has questions, we can talk about it now or later when it comes up. And I can tell you that we spent 2 hours going over their things and we never really got to talk about our own non-negotiables. And we have a meeting scheduled now for next Monday after school to go over that. We did start a list and that's a starting place, but we never got to talk about it. It was just people added ideas. And so summer, I think there's a few we could probably condense and talk about some more, but we'll be able to talk about that at our next meeting.
So we're planning the discussion point to go a little further in depth?
Yes, I can go, but if you have specific questions, we can talk about it now or later.
I'll wait till later.
Okay. All right. DJ, facility.
New committee. I had our first meeting on the first Thursday of the month. That's when we will hold our meetings unless something drives us to have a meeting earlier than that. There's some key takeaways, I think. We did discuss the facility needs that our school has. That has been documented here in the board meetings. We have reached capacity, and so with or without a merger, there is needs to find the facilities that will work for us. And so the group did discuss, finding out what's new in the market, in the Woodbury market, specifically 833, to see if there's something that we were not looking at earlier, or to pursue any of the existing spaces that we originally looked at, such as Hudson Road. We did talk about if we did make some changes to this place, that would also then mean we'd have to add a storm shelter. So there are additional costs if we were to pursue, and that may be the same case if we were to try to retrofit some buildings. So we have to keep in mind what those costs are being, or would be as we have those discussions. Also shared and was kind of covered here in the executive director's report, but there was concern about busing and specifically how that plays in if we're looking at another facility outside of the 833 school district. And then our next steps, maybe some new options from NTH and the team that was looking into those. I will make one subsequent add to the minutes the following day on that Friday when we did not have school. I joined Mr. Vetchin and Dr. Hinton with a 45-minute conversation with NTH and drawing a blank, Cunningham, thank you. And just basically brought them up to speed since they've been on hold for 2 or 3 months. And we just asked them and engaged them with just looking at the market again to see if there's anything new. There was nothing substantive that came of that because they've been on hold and really haven't been working on our behalf for the last 2 or 3 months. So this was just an opportunity to say, could you look again and see if there's anything new on the market? Again, we will meet the first Thursday of the month. All are welcome.
Thank you. All right, and then finance.
So we met last Thursday. We have a very strong cash balance that meets bonding requirements at the end of March. As of March, we're at 75% of the way through the fiscal year. We will be drawing on our building company for reimbursements towards the end of June. There is a fee associated with this process, so the intent is to withdraw approximately twice a year to reduce that fee. We are anticipating some prior year state aid that could be available, and that could be about $161,312. But we're still waiting for confirmation with Reeves, Dustin, which he'll follow up with at our next meeting. And then how those funds will be allocated will need to be discussed. Currently, we're at 544.2 ADM versus the budget of 544, so we're on target this year. Our local revenues is slightly above the target. Expenditures, most lines are very close to 75%, but overall we're sitting at 72%, so we're under that target. We are anticipating that our cash flow to be strong for the rest of the year, and we don't see a need to draw on our line of credit. Mr. Vetch and Birkin have filed for the employee retention credit. So we're still waiting on the details for that. But most likely if we do receive that, it will go towards salaries. There's discussion on supplemental budget carryover, and the committee is recommending that donations at this time can be carried over, so it won't impact the budget for next year. Administration will be looking into possibly considering maybe a 10% rollover, a certain percentage that could be rolled over yearly to help support the needs of extracurricular activities, but that will come up in the administration conversation. We'll talk about next year's the budget projections later, so we'll go into detail about that. AFC met. They are looking for more participants, so if you're looking to help fundraise and participate in that, please reach out to Justin or Mr. Vetch. We're going to wait till next month to decide on some PD reimbursements or requests, because we're still waiting for the final, the May 5th, May 5th date for people to have their paperwork in. And I think that's pretty much covers it. Any questions? Our next meeting is going to be May 8th at 3 p.m. and it will be a virtual meeting because it's a digital learning day. I make a motion to accept the March finances.
I will second.
Discussion.
Yeah, sorry. So not used to that for me. Anything else? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Then was that to approve
March finance.
the March finance? Thank you. I'm good.
I'm waiting for you to write. Okay.
I'm good.
All right. All right, and now we're at consent agenda. And we have removed letter I, as well as, was it VI?
Yes.
And then everything else is in, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion to approve is it the amended consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, I make an motion to approve the amended consent agenda.
So many words.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Just for my clarification, we've removed what's the other piece? EI?
VEI.
Thank you.
1 and 6.
Yes, one ends.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Right?
Opposed? Abstentions? 2.
So 402.
All right, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, I think this is a Mr. Vetch, not a Burgraff thing, but the DEI training workshop is now planned for April 27th. That's next Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30.
Yes.
Do you want to?
Yes, so we have Paula Forth and Robin Francis both coming for the training, so that'll be, we can determine the room if we.
Okay.
It won't be televised as it's a workshop.
Okay.
It's just a training. Public is welcome to attend.
Okay. So public is welcome to attend, but it will not be video?
It won't be streamed.
Won't be streamed? Okay. Okay.
And the next part, I think we're looking at onboarding.
Yeah, so Dan and I just talked about a board onboarding process that needs to be improved and that we need to really think about what that should look like. Training, if possible, before and after seating for new members, and that's already kind of been what we've been aiming for. It's 6 months, I think that's state statute, is that right? And it's in the bylaws too, I've seen. And so I think that ideally that's helpful. We also talked about the training before the March meeting when Liz was here, and Kristen, and I can't remember her last name. But just that would be good for board members to view prior, because there was a lot of good information in there, and so we talked about that as well. And that's where we're at, and just that, looking forward to next week's training. So, anything else about that? Okay, so you can put that in your planners, and now, yeah.
Do your training through Max.
Max,
Onboarding.
yes. Onboarding training through Max, not
Yes.
what-
MSBA.
MSBA, yeah, Max instead. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm questioning that one.
Max?
Yeah,
Minnesota Association for Charter Schools. The training is specific for charter schools, whereas MSBA is specific to non-traditional.
the one that we had at MSBA was charter school.
But the one that I was put in.
Yeah, it was not. I get you.
Yeah.
So they do offer specific
Yeah.
charter school ones, so maybe be cognizant of that when
Yes, I
signing
think
up.
that is definitely the key.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute scheduled break. It is 7:55. Shall we aim to be back at 8? Okay, 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's reconvene at 8:03 and pick up where we left off on number 15, discussion and decision. We've moved some things off of here. I guess I sort of did a little bit of the merger updates. Now we're on 15B. Randy, would you like to start or?
Were you talking about the merger update?
Yep, yep, we're on 15B.
Okay, so we met, was that last week?
Yes, I know, Glenn.
The merger committee. We got a list, I think there was 14 items on.
Yep, it's up in the,
Yep, it's on the top, if you
Yeah.
look at it, but there was, so what we did is we created just a Google form, and each of the merger committee members kind of, is this something that's, yes, I agree, I disagree, or I want to talk more about it, and that's what was kind of the, when you see those pie charts, that's kind of what that was, and then we discussed it, and we kind of came up, or Justin did a little word on each of those, so, our, I guess our task is, and then with those recommendations from the merger committee, are there for the board
Yep.
to discuss and to send that to WLA.
and I tried to, like, here's how the committee voted, and then I tried to pair it with Justin's comments. I tried to make it easier to read, because otherwise it would have just been like a whole bunch of pie charts and then a whole bunch of notes. So I tried to take, here's this pie chart vote, here's the conversation we had. Does that make sense? So it should be under. So I hope that is easier to read, because I thought it was confusing the other way. So there were, and sometimes when we'd have further discussion, it would, sometimes more people be like, oh, now I want to talk about it more. And sometimes it'd be like, oh, now that makes sense and I agree. So we had it kind of go both ways after. And there's some things that, you know, it's like, probably, but we need a little more information before we would say, that the people in the committee would say, sure. And so.
And some of the things they said, we would too, like
Yes.
small class sizes, right? There's some
Yep.
things that we're totally in agreement with,
Yep.
and aligned with.
Yep.
There's some that we just have more questions.
I thought it was a really productive conversation.
It was. Should we just start with the first
Yeah,
one?
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so the first, maintaining, so this is on BOA, so maintaining a core knowledge curriculum for grades pre-K to 5 and a continued move to be recognized as a distinguished core knowledge school for the elementary school level. As you can see, we pretty much agree with that. Someone just had some questions. So our response is maintain core knowledge K-5, question about how it would be best strengthen the math and science focus we have. Is something that we discussed, but.
And we just talked about how, right now, we get kids from everywhere, regardless of where they've been, and it might be, we don't know how much it might strengthen, or it wouldn't, but, you know, right now, for the majority of people, it was just fine, like, that made sense to them. But that was the question, like, how will it affect math and science? Maintaining a balanced curriculum that includes core knowledge sequence through 8th grade is something that they felt really strongly about. And, you know, a little over half, you know, so about half were, you know, well, this kind of needs more conversation. Because maintaining a balanced curriculum 6-8, we were talking how the 6-12 curriculum is should be the primary, but we always add, so it's not that it can't be looked at. But that would have to definitely be a conversation between those middle school teachers is kind of, if there's a merge, right, like that has to be a conversation between those specific teachers. Though we did point out that we're known for our math and science, 6-12. I mean, that's a big deal. That's what brings people to our door. That's our waiting list. We're a known commodity, in the community. And so that should be taken into consideration.
We're also in the process of expanding the science.
Yes. Oh, yes, that too.
Because my nod to this would be, would they be able to look at maybe making ourselves more marketable by including 4th grade strings, 5th grade band, and then elementary, and to make that evolution more comparable to other districts, with 833 just cutting their elementary music program instrumental to 6th grade. I think having that 3rd and 4th, 5th grade option would be very competitive.
Oh, yes. I'm just going to keep going unless people have questions. Maintaining a rigorous curriculum with homework expectations that are reasonable for active families. And this was one of my favorite conversations we had, because what is reasonable depends on your kid's age, your kid's interests, their activities, and that it's hard when you have a kindergartner or first grader to imagine what life's going to be like when they are in high school or middle school, and what that load looks like to you, and that it's going to change. Reasonable is different. And so it was good. And our current expectations are in our student handbook, and that even though they're expectations, they're not a rule, because I'm sure you both know, in your class, something might take you 20 minutes, but the person next to you might take them 45, just depending on interest and ability and life. So, maintaining our, this is WLA, maintaining our leadership program, which includes aspects of service learning in grades PK through 12. MSA, they're referring to Character Strong, which is what we do for our SEL as well. So we're kind of curious, what does this look like in higher grades to them? What is their service learning? And so some of the parents did talk to this as they've had experience at WLA, and that it's just like, from what I remember, it would be like a project during the year for kids of a certain grade. So a fundraiser or donation gathering, and they kind of, it sounded like a grade picks a focus for service, and then they have a project that goes with it. Maintaining small class sizes. We are in agreement, even though there was the further discussion is needed, it ended up everyone came to agreement. Continued campus for grades pre-K through 8 at their current location, with a high facility built remodel for a high school at a second location, for students in grades pre-K through 12, having all high level facilities. Concerns about the size of their campus came up, and we kind of talked about the pros and cons of where middle schoolers fit best. Would that be in a K-8 building, or is it better 6-12? And, you know, having a split middle school campus is something that nobody was really interested in, because that would be hard on staffing, it would be hard on the kids, and then the kids in this building might have different expectations than the kids in another building, and that keeping 6-8 together is a priority. However, if this were to happen, and that it's better to the majority of the people on the committee if, I don't even know if anybody thought it was better the other way, but if they are with the high school, the 6-12, and not K-8. So that was a concern. And it would need further, and like it says, it either need further discussion to make the most sense for students. And it may take phases, right? Like maybe for a year or two it had to look like that, but then the end goal is something different. And so that has to be a conversation with understanding. Being split, scheduling would be hard, right? Because you'd have middle schoolers in an elementary building. Well, they don't follow an hourly bell schedule. It's a little different, so things like that.
I think this is more than just a curriculum topic, though. You have to think about facilities.
Facilities.
Does our location have parking spaces for 500 high schoolers here? Are we able to manage that here?
And teachers.
Yep.
And visitors and
Licensing
parents.
for staff is huge. Do we have more K-8 licensures that could accommodate for them? Or do we have more 6-12 licensures to accommodate a 6-12 facility versus
Right.
K-8? So I think there's more to the discussion than just curriculum when it comes to what our facilities can operate as.
And if I can share one example I found really interesting during that discussion, was the idea that in some cases there might be a student in 7th grade who is taking high school math. And to have the two buildings, the facilities in different parts, then that would negate the ability for that student to take the math that they're ready to take.
Try to stay in an accelerated program.
Right. And so that example really kind of spoke to me because it seemed like that's something that really works.
And we talked about getting a joint kind of facility committee together between the two schools to look at the long-term facility usage, because initially pre-K to 8 may fit, but down the road, you'd have small class sizes if you have 11 grade levels. If you have pre-K to 8, it's 10, but still, it just can't.
Is pre-K like 3?
Yeah, pre-K and kindergarten.
Or is it 4-year-olds?
Yeah, it's usually
3 and 4?
it's
ECFE.
Yeah, it's the ones going into kindergarten.
Okay, so 4 typically.
With all those, you have probably a class size of about 80, 75 kids, 80 kids, which isn't,
Okay.
doesn't really get to those numbers we need to get the bonding. So that's why we will look at our facilities to make sure that all works.
Continued employment agreements with our current staff members, which are not cut due to a merger. So everyone was like, because of the merger, that shouldn't be a reason someone would lose their job. And that we all need to be aware that some jobs may need to be adjusted as we grow. And question about compatibility agreements and employment. And then I also think, if there was a different reason, that wouldn't fall under this, right? Like if there was a very egregious reason why you shouldn't keep your employment, that wouldn't fall under this. But just if it was simply because of the merger, no one should lose their job. So that was kind of the further discussion. And LED licensure is not the same as middle school and high school licensure. So it's harder. It's an LED license.
It's usually K3 or pre-K3.
Pre-K3 and then,
ECFE, yeah.
or is it
Elementary is usually
K
kindergarten through 6th.
6?
It's an ECFE license, that's K through 3.
Or 3,
Early childhood.
early childhood.
Pre-K3, yeah.
Oh, birth to 3?
Yeah.
And then, so if you have that, or it's a K6,
Yeah.
and then I know there's middle school licensures and high school licensures, but they're more subject specific, so that's different.
My language arts lessons is 5 to 12.
And mine's 7-12.
Mine's
But my
K.
reading, licensure is K-12.
Yeah, same, and my EL license is K-12.
It's
Yep. So,
Is it, I'd like to see some of their rationale behind some of this, just to get a better sense of where they're coming from.
right.
And that's not just this one, that's making me think about this. I'd like to see some of the other things, but that's open for discussion. I mean, when that joint time comes.
The next one was continued celebration of diverse learners, and that everyone was in agreement. Then we're at quality and comprehensive programming for special ed, 504 remedial, EL students, so that they have the support where they need, where they thrive. That was in agreement. We need to work together to ensure a discussion happens because perceptions may not be in line. So that the person who put down further discussion is that, well, if this is one of their non-negotiables, then maybe something's coming out that they think that that's not how we treat our students. And so that we would want, like, yes, we are in agreement. So to have that understood. Maintaining WLA identity and school culture by celebrating families from diverse backgrounds and ensuring that our learners thrive. Furthermore, work together to build well-rounded graduates. And so, and I don't think anyone had a problem with working together for well-rounded graduates, but it was the identity piece and what does that mean? That we were in agreement, a K-5 identity makes WLA unique and a 612 identity makes MSA unique. Like everyone was saying, service learning, that could be a really positive thing for all students. That's a wonderful thing to add. But are they willing to add math and science curriculum to their or thoughts about it or consider it to K-5. But we also talked about that merging means becoming one school. I think you talked to that. Do you want to?
Well, sure. I had just made the statement at this point that if we decide to merge, then we become one. And it's what's in the best interest of all as a new entity. Sure, there's going to be some marketing that I think we need to maintain to be able to sell it and make sure that any new customers, parents are looking at our school as a whole. But the two entities would no longer be two entities, we'd be one. And so I think as we continue, if we continue discussions, then I think that's really the mindset that I think would work best for both organizations. So think of it as a new entity in that regard. Did it capture it as well as I did the other?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of, like, and not that we have wonderful, unique things. What can we bring together to create a new identity was kind of, like, if we're gonna merge, it's not two separate entities, but one.
It's like remodel or renovating your house. The foundation is still there.
Yeah.
It just may look a little different from the outside.
Have we been, I just want to ask, like, have we been also exploring the idea, I know I brought it up last merger meeting, but like, not merger meeting, board meeting, just the idea of having a joint meeting, like, of boards, by any chance?
That's down the road. Once we get past these, if we can in agreement with these, that's kind of our next steps.
Okay.
Yeah, so my understanding of their doing the non-negotiables, if there are things here we can't get past, then we're kind of done. And if we have things that they can't get past,
Right.
we have to look other places. So, but then if we are in agreement, then yes, I think that would be next. PK through 8 students remain in uniforms with considerations for up to grade 10, modified uniforms for grade 6 and above. You can see the pie graph. About half and half disagree, further discussion. Everyone thought uniforms for K-5 is just fine. But we need to look at marketability if we begin to require uniforms. How many families would we lose? If our location is 612, how would that affect 6-8? Right? So then you'd have 6th through 8th graders through 12th grade, but only they're in uniform, or only through 10th is in uniform. So that was a concern for some of the committee members. And students at MSA have their own unique identities and ways they dress, and what would happen in a mixed grade class. That 7th grader who's in a high school math class is in a uniform, but no one else is. What would that be like? We'd want to survey our families and students on this issue before.
It's kind of a surprising non-negotiable. It seems to be more not petty, but detail-oriented, specific
That's
than
why
the
I want to know
others.
the rationale.
Yeah.
The reason behind wanting it
Yeah.
PK through 8?
That's why I voted for the discussion because, same.
My struggle with this non-negotiable is, and like I said, I want to know their rationale behind it, but the effect of uniforms goes all the way back to boarding schools and stripping the identities of Native American students. And that's a point of contention that I think we really have to talk about. I do see a perspective of this when it comes to, if we're thinking about our low-income students and ensuring that they have clothes to wear every day that are clean, that's a good point to have this, but the students have fought really hard here at MSA to ensure that we have the dress code, the policy that we have. And middle school and high school is a time of exploration when it comes to who they are and their identity, and a lot of that is how they dress. And so that's why I would like to know more about the rationale behind this.
Well, and historically speaking here, the 2 times this has come up, no one stood up wearing uniforms. So it just, and I think you can find research that pulls both ways too. I think you'll easily find research that says why uniforms are a benefit. And I think in some cases, like they may be, but I don't know. I'm gonna guess how people over here feel, that you'd be better, happier not being required.
I mean, I'm from Illinois, so like I went to a Christian school and we had to wear uniforms, and I mean, yeah, it took out like a lot of things of like competition of like who's wearing the best, and like the idea of like, you know, like what do I put on today to go to school, but also yeah, I do see issues on the side of the other students, right? Something you have to think about.
Well, and a couple of the parents were saying that once they get to middle school, they start like messing with the uniform, right? Like trying to make it
It's gonna become
more
behavior.
themselves and like what can they get away with. So I thought, you know, because kids are kids. That's what they would do.
And then how do you define uniform? Could it be just spirit wear?
Spirit wear.
Include in emphasizing more use of spirit wear. I don't know.
Next was no current or pending litigation. Everyone was in agreement. No litigation on both sides was important. Combined transition board that includes members from both MSA and WLA. We were in agreement with further discussion, and that being that, what does a transition board look like? What are the numbers? Would the authorizer have input on this as well, depending on what happened with that? And that both schools should have equal representation. We're at be willing, just as WLA is willing to be absorbed by the other school if bondholders and or lawyers determine such to be the best course of action, I believe is missing. The bondholders and or lawyers recommend such a thing.
They do, or if they do?
I think it was if the bondholders and or lawyers, it squished out when I
Yeah.
copied it. The committee felt like there were a lot of factors here to consider. Minnesota State High School League, our high school accreditation, and high school accreditation is not easy to come by. School rankings, marketability, all of that should also be taken into consideration as well. We took 2 hours to do this part, and so we tabled MSA's non-negotiables, and we've set a meeting for Monday after school, room 2A and virtual. People are welcome to attend if they are interested. And if also time, maybe a discussion of the assumptions, though Mr. Vetch was saying that those are changing, so.
Oh, yeah, with the merger agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that's kind of changing, like I said, even just the
Yep.
transportation and the budget's changing just because, you know, bond rates have changed, or, you know, our percentage from the state as far as, funding. So there's lots of changes and other things like that.
So
that's already out of date, so we're already working on a lot of.
Okay, so if, like an updated one would be a better time for a discussion than of assumptions?
Right. If we get past these too, because, you know, I mean, if we can't get past the non-negotiables, the merger brief isn't really gonna do as much good.
I just wanted to say that I know that you guys said that because when I asked about the joint board meetings, it was kind of for like parents to kind of get a better understanding of what's going on between the two schools, right? So, and I do understand that you're saying like, you know, as we go down the road, but before we go down that road, I just want to make sure, not just me, I'm pretty sure also the community of MSA wants to make sure that they're all on board and like they know what's going on.
We talked about having like some town hall meetings first.
Maybe a town hall, not a board meeting?
Yeah, town hall, maybe, something like that. Yeah, I think the town hall.
That was kind of discussed if we get down that far, definitely do those things.
All right, so, meeting Monday to talk about some recommendations for us for MSA non-negotiables. And so, and of course, you're welcome to send us things your way too. Questions?
I just want to say, when I look at these non-negotiables, I see a school that takes pride in their evolution. I see a school that takes pride in their identity. I see a school that takes pride in their culture and in their curriculum. And I think that is definitely something to applaud and definitely something that we will support and should support moving forward if this is where the direction we choose to go.
Well, I would say we feel the same way about
Oh, I
ours.
totally agree.
The specifics are different, but the
Yeah.
values are the same.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of draft this up and maybe then we'll send it to WLA tomorrow, I think is what we're looking at.
Yep, yep.
Response to
Our, yep.
their questions.
Send them those notes.
Those notes. Okay.
Yep, does that make sense? Yeah, because on Monday we'll talk
Okay.
more about our suggestions. So I was hoping that then next Thursday, after the training, we could have maybe a conversation and look at what we came up with at the Monday meeting and come up with some non-negotiables to then send to WLA after our board, if we could have a special session.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right.
So that would be at 6:30?
Yeah. Okay, how about 6:35?
So now we're on D.
Yeah, because I already did the election update, sorry. Yep, okay, so Executive Director Employment Agreement, we are moving away from language that says contract. I've been told repeatedly, don't use that word, it's an employment agreement. So Dan and I have this, and it's based off of the current teacher employment agreement, okay? But we took the teacher employment agreement and moved in executive director information. So things that are yellow will change. I didn't want to put your address out there and all those things, so that will be on the actual thing. The pay that's on there is the current pay. We haven't taken into account the, thank you, inflation. That is coming, and that the teacher contract and what that percentage will be moving forward, and so that will play into that as well. There used to be, where I'm on page 2 now, paid employment, there used to be a huge list of what all these were, but after talking with Shawnee Holt, just the whole, this is all in the benefits manual. So having things in multiple places is something we want to get away from, and that this is where this information is. So paid employment benefits include. And so we turned it into this sentence, just wondering what you think.
What is AD&D?
Death and dismemberment, is that right? Accidental death and dismemberment.
That's a good question.
Pleasant.
If I kill myself, or never get hurt with a stapler or something.
Deadly stapler.
And I left tax sheltered annuity like it is on the teacher employment agreement. And then the portion of the premium, I left that in. And again, and because insurance can change year to year, having it listed, because we're getting away from that yearly signing, it's just like, here's your employment agreement, and we're approving raises, not contracts, because we're not doing that anymore. So then non-monetary benefits, this is different, so it has the 30 PTO days, 12 paid holidays. We were gonna look at that because we didn't know if it was 13 now because of Juneteenth. And so that might need to change, so we have to look at that. The rest is the PD reimbursement, and then the recommendation is that the following are approval by the board, and this is something that was discussed about what unused PTO days may be cashed in at the executive director's daily rate of pay. Like with 30, do we want to time that out? Do we want to have rollover? Do we want, I don't know, and that would probably be a financial question more than anything. Because I know last year there was talk about letting us roll over, but that would hurt us so much financially. We can't let teachers just roll over their days like that. Because like, how many could I have accrued by this point, right?
But being able to cash out also ensures that teachers are staying in the classroom.
Yeah, too,
It's an incentive to stay.
to stay, yep,
Yeah.
and not, yep,
Yeah.
right. And so that kind of a thing, and so then,
Plus also financially, to pay out in the current year is cheaper than in future years because
Yeah,
you're
your
getting
rate of
increases
pay is
salaries
up, yeah.
year to year, so
So this
by
is an
rolling
increase
over,
of
you're
30.
gonna get.
that's
more
his,
in the future than you would
because they're
in the
year
current.
round.
Or make a really complicated
So that was.
accounting
Yeah.
situation. You get paid at last year's rates.
We're not
last
going, we're
year's.
just
No,
talking.
no, no, for us, to increase the number.
I don't know.
What was the question?
Sorry to have a separate discussion, but I was getting some clarification from the vice chair. But we have 12 days of PTO as teachers. And I do think that's something the board should relook at in terms of, you know, COVID incident can take you out for 5 days and then all of a sudden you're down to 7.
We have a
So-
couple teachers have that happen.
Yeah, and I think that's happened across the board over the last 2 years, and we may very well have that, you know, going on for a while. So I just think that is something we should revisit, if that is part of our purview as a board, as to what makes sense, given conditions today.
Yeah.
And then the same thing, I think we would have that discussion, whether or not rollover or payout would be applicable in those cases.
Or could it be specific to an illness?
Having a separate sick leave versus
And I know that a lot of
PTO.
districts do that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But they don't get the
I
same.
like, no, and I like that I can use them for whatever I want. I don't have to call in sick. Because I have friends who work at big districts and they're like, you know, it's a big rigmarole to get a day off sometimes.
I'm gonna be sick on Friday
Yes.
before a long weekend.
Yes. Yep. Where, like, I know, I've already lined up my sub, I'm already, like, I'm prepped, and I can let people know who might be affected ahead of time, like, hey, I'm not gonna be here Wednesday, whatever. I don't know. But if it was something like that, is that different?
So are we looking to approve this language?
We are looking, we're gonna talk through it. I'm gonna add this to the special meeting agenda next week. So you have time to think about it. Unused PTO days may be cashed in at the executive, we have to talk about that. I don't know financially, again, how that looks. So, up to a number?
Yeah, I'd have to probably reach out to Bergen and see
Okay.
what the numbers would be. And
Okay.
get back to you on that.
Okay. And then the executive director is expected to work 218 duty days. Do we want to define remote versus in-person? Should some be non-student contact days? This was just questions we had. And I don't know.
So in the past, so the 13 holidays,
Right.
that doesn't include like the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the Friday after. That would be the non-student contact
I think the
days.
Friday after is, but I don't think the Wednesday before is.
Correct. So it's like Thursday of Thanksgiving and Friday, that's holiday. But that Wednesday before is not one of those days.
As is spring break,
Yep, spring break is not.
and then some of the winter break days.
Yep.
That's why I have those PTO days.
Right.
My thoughts with the non-student contact day, so like that Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving, not considered a holiday, it's considered a non-student contact day. If I was in an administrative role, I would want that day to meet with my team and touch on things that could have been disrupted throughout the week, and so I mean, I thought.
Currently, we do want.
Yep. So that's why I'm asking that the 218 days would include those non-student days, non-student contact days. The question is do we include some in-person time, or in-person versus remote time?
Language, yeah.
Yeah. My thoughts would be, if we're going to include in-person versus remote, it should be defined to summertime versus during the school year, if we're going to go that direction. That's just me thinking out loud.
I'd say no on students, I should be.
And students are here, you should be here. So the language would have to be, if remote time would be used, we could limit it to a certain amount of days, and it has to
Yep.
be during the summertime.
Though, if it was, but let's say the Wednesday,
On student contact days.
let's say,
Yeah.
and I hope this never happens, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is a horrible blizzard. I wouldn't expect
Yeah.
them to come here, but you could work remotely, you know what I mean?
Yeah, with the technology we have to
Yes.
communicating.
We've all learned to do that.
Yeah,
Yes,
so we'd have to develop some language around that.
okay. And I really hope that doesn't happen.
Now that you ask.
I know, sorry. And then, so I think that's something we need to decide on by next week. And then, this does, so next week we can go through it, get it finalized, and then, we will approve whatever it is by the May 15th. It will be signed and returned, so we can approve it at the May 15th board meeting. Does that make sense to everybody? And then there's something else you see too that is different, but this falls in line with ours. There's also, you know, our ease thing. There is the outline of the position on there too, so.
Do we have access to that?
Do I?
We,
Shawnee does, I can share it with us, I'll share it all, I'll make a
I'd
note.
like to look at
Okay, I'll share ease. Put it in the agenda for next week. Okay. And then you can look at it between now and then too. Okay, sounds good.
So will you and Dan be developing the language in here, or are we supposed to?
I think we can do that at the like,
Come with ideas.
come with ideas. I think that's probably the best thing to do. I guess right now, I mean, is everyone okay with that sentence about the paid benefits instead of listing it all out separately? Because it took up a whole page, and this way I thought, it's all in there and it changes all the time. So even listing it right now, like what we had isn't true based on what we are doing now, and it would change.
And it mirrors what we're doing for staff.
Yes.
Their agreements don't say the
Yes.
specifics of benefits because they do change.
Does,
And it's in the,
Admin.
and it's in the yearly benefits manual.
do admin get TRA, or is that a different?
We get TRA.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah, no, good question.
Yeah.
And this would be tweaked and finalized at our special session, April 27th, Thursday at 6:35.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
We're taking a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, surveys? All right, so I created 2 surveys, with the parent satisfaction and student satisfaction. This is one of the requirements of our authorizer, that we do an annual satisfaction survey, which we haven't really done the last couple of years. The ones we did were basically a review of the interim director. So this is more on, and if you can see some of the questions, you know, more, you feel that admin needs to do homework, all this is adequate, you know, those types of things. So it's going to give us information from year to year. We can have the same exact surveys. We can actually put the same data from year to year that way. So I had Dan and Megan look through this and ask some questions. We made some revisions. So I would like to this go out either end of April, beginning of May to families, just so we have it, so I can share it with them. But just to get it in while students are still at school, parents, so sometime in
I would like to see a comment area for each question.
For each one?
Yeah, to give more rationale to why they chose their answer. I think that would be vital information for us to know. In regards to the student one, when it comes to the school board set questions, maybe they're an option that says maybe I don't understand the role of a school board, or.
Sure.
May.
So we added these because of our authorizers' request that we question this.
Yeah.
And so, because we didn't have them in at first. And then I'm like, well,
I
we
just
can
need an
ask, but I
option,
like that
like,
idea.
Maybe not observed, okay, but what does that mean? Not
Okay.
observed? So maybe it's
So-
something a little straightforward saying, I don't understand the role of, or
I'm unclear with the role
unclear,
for.
yeah.
Is that another option? So that could be.
I'm
just-
unclear of the board's role at
Yeah.
MSA.
Or just, I don't know, IDK?
I-
IDK?
That's what they would
IDK.
say.
I don't know.
Some of them, like with the comment, the wanting comments, some of them, I think the strongly agree to strongly disagree don't give space for individual differences, like students show respect for each other. Yeah, except for this one kid's always bullying me. So I think a difference, that would be a space for comment, however, or a different scale,
Like a
like.
rating scale, 1 to 5, 5 I strongly agree, or 1 to 10.
Yeah, or more of a all the time, most of the time, some of the time sort of thing. Because it's not about all students all the time, it's, if you say most of the time, I feel like it's more of it's not an agree, it's a experience, an incident.
Is that for both the parent and the student, or are you thinking more for the student?
Yeah, we can do a
I would
different
say
kind
for
of
both.
question.
Like they do pain scales or, like social emotional scales, like a.
Right, because they say like discipline
relatable.
policies are enforced fairly and consistently by some, but not by others. So the agree and disagree is like, I feel like it puts everything into one bucket. So maybe.
Like when you fill out those surveys for students, the forms that we have to do from time to time, Yeah.
I like that idea.
So the ones that are applicable to like most of the time, all the time, some of the time, not all the time.
Yeah,
But I feel like that can be most of these.
I think a lot of these would,
Right, just
yeah.
switch the wording and have it be that scale
Except for I understand
instead
mission and
of
vision
the
most
bullet.
of the time.
Right.
State of mind, but-
Right, that is more like, yeah, things that happen, I think have to be most of the time, some of the time.
Because it varies between people.
Right.
That makes sense.
But then allowing for that comment to say.
The comment.
I see this more
Asking
from
each question, maybe.
Mr. Hinton or Mrs. Hinton, Dr. Hinton versus.
Yeah, then they can, explain it.
Are we gonna
We
tier
don't have
this?
to make the comments required, maybe they're not required, but they can add
Right.
if they want to.
Well, and
Because
I was thinking we needed to turn required off on these anyway. I wanted to talk about that. I didn't know that, do we want to, I don't even know that we want to make them all required. I don't know.
Each question, you mean? So if a student wanted to leave 2 questions
Yep.
blank.
Yep.
Agree, I think that should be an option.
Take off the required.
comments.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Are we gonna tier these out, like 6 to 8 said this is their survey, and then 9 to 12? This is their survey results?
We have a way
Yeah.
of,
They can do
Or
it
is that
how they
just-
identify themselves.
you can make that a separate question and
What
have
grade are you in?
like bullet points 5, 6, or
I would-
not
I would
5,
probably
but
just-
6, 7, 8.
Make it middle school, high school. Because if you ask for somebody to identify themselves, they're not gonna do it.
Right, so
But
I'm
just
a
say
middle
I-
school student, I'm a high
Yeah.
school student.
You have 2 different surveys, one's in middle school and one's.
No,
high
you just
school.
add a question.
Just add a
Yeah, just
question.
add a question to the same survey.
I don't know.
Make it a
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
That one
Except
should
for
make
one portion
required.
doesn't separate their answers. You just have the graph that says, oh.
You
20%.
can open it in an Excel spreadsheet and
Then you
delineate from
can separate
there.
it.
Yeah.
That's true.
But you'd have to make the middle school, high school one required versus all the other ones non-required.
Okay.
If that's the direction you want to go.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because you need to be able to delineate.
I believe we're on now to,
So
oh,
approve it, should we wait until?
to next week?
It's gonna be really.
I know, sorry.
I mean, we can approve it.
That'll be
Really
happening at
quick.
7:02.
Thank you.
It can be really quick, just a year, yeah.
But we'll make-
Calendar is up, this went to the staff, we have some options. This is the one that was picked by a majority of our staff. Here is our calendar, I'll give you really quick. We've increased the number of student contact days from 165 to 167. We added in some digital learning days into the calendar, I believe there's 3. It has open house, everything else in there, so we increased the number of student contact days, and that's a big piece of it. Just for 2 more, because we're right at the minimum now. So which makes it challenging if you have like lots of snow days like this year.
I was just gonna ask, would those days be forgiven if it's one of those unspeakable days? Or would the digital learning days kind of opt out for one of those
We got a
makeup
couple
days?
of fudge days there, we're gonna have to make that then.
Yeah.
If we bypass the 5.
So it's kind of built in with the digital learning days, kind of built in with the added 2 days.
Right now, this does reflect 8:33, but keep in mind, Joelle is on top, she's on top of watching for that, so you know, make sure we don't have any of those non-transportation days this year. But yeah, so that's the major differences.
I know there was a request by some of the teachers not to do an information night or an open house night with a staff meeting the next day. Is that going to be taken into consideration?
Oh, and there's also fall and spring conferences this next week. We felt that's really important to stay in contact and communicate with families to have those conferences in the spring as well.
So is that conference time an added duty day for the student, or for the teachers, I mean? Or how are teachers compensated for
We gave
that?
that as, that's one of your work days, is the spring conferences. So it counts as a work day. The 2 together. That makes sense.
I guess I'm looking to see where that day was taken out of the schedule.
So we have school those days and then
Yeah, and then so you get an extra, you're getting paid for that, so it's like a day and a half. So those 2 days and 3 days.
Is there a plan for conferences and maybe an option to change things? Because I know there's been a lot of conversation about how conferences have been going.
I think we could definitely put a conference committee together or something after, or maybe that's our academic committee, we can talk about conferences and set up for how we would like to have those run next year. Just, I mean, it's really important that they're effective for everyone, you know, for students, families, staff.
Is the number of days in this semester, they're pretty uneven. Is that the case this year? I mean, 5 days difference is kind of big if you're teaching a semester class.
It's usually because, is spring semester more?
Oh.
I can't see.
Oh, yeah,
my
because of
glasses.
like MCAs and stuff.
MCAs,
Okay.
AP testing, the ACT, and if we do have snow makeup days.
Yeah, it's gonna snow in the spring semester, more likely than fall, I guess.
Well, and used to be, we'd have way more field trips, and we're kind of getting back to that too. And those would happen, we'd have a ton in the spring. Okay. Any other questions on the calendar? Right.
And those extra days are showing in the teacher's compensation.
They're what?
Those extra days are included in the increase in compensation.
Oh, teacher
Yeah, 'cause
compensation.
We're asking for 2 more days.
Okay. All right. I make a motion to approve the 23-24 school calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, any other questions?
I'm not allowed to vote on this one.
This was the option that was voted
What?
on.
Am I allowed to vote on this one? I don't care. Thank you.
Just for-
Chances are it will change and you'll get a chance.
Discussion.
For clarification, this was the ones that the staff voted on. Yep.
Yep, yep. The staff had had two choices and this is, you said it was really close though.
It was really close. It was like 53 to 47.
And just for stakeholders' information, the difference was one less day at winter break, one less day in June.
Yes, that was the only difference.
And the choice was to add the day at winter break and go 1 day longer. So you got
And that's the one we went with.
June 4th instead of June 3rd.
Yep,
We get an extra day.
at winter break, yep. All those in favor of the 23-24 school calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Yes.
Is that something that Stephanie has
That's
to?
what I
abstain
No, as
from?
she asked me, I said, I don't know. Probably not, but
Because that wouldn't be a carryover.
It's not a carry, yeah.
that's true.
I respect that she's doing it because she hasn't had time to go through the materials.
Fair enough.
So-
I just asked just from a governance standpoint. So we're at 5, 0, and 1.
Don't want to be the one who messes up the calendar by
Beautiful.
doing something wrong.
School budget.
So the one that was offered today is just a rough draft. I guess the highlights are we're looking at a 3% increase. When it comes to inflation, there is potential that it could possibly be even 4, but we won't know that until possibly May. From the state, so right now this is a conservative budget based on a 3% increase. But there is more information that Randy is looking into, so if you want to elaborate some more on that.
Sure, a couple things. This budget does include the increase in the enrollment, increase in periodicals, the extra positions that were hired, 3.7% increase for staff. The extra days would also increase in percentage.
I just want to kind of touch on that a little bit.
Yes.
So the agreement was a 2%, or no, it was a 3% increase for staff, and then the 0.7 comes from those additional days. So I just want to clarify that.
And then also, our budget included 10% increase for health insurance, and as you saw, our most expensive one was 6.4. So we're under budget for health insurance, which is really nice. So that's a positive. So that was one option in what's
There was some discussion at the Finance Committee meeting about taking into consideration the added cost to potentially purchasing more desks, materials for the increase of students, the transitions for spaces, the purchase of curriculum. Those are all big ticket items that Randy needs to do some more research on and include in the budget. There was discussion on with teachers having to move spaces for the next year, offering a stipend for a certain amount of hours, not at their contracted rate, but at a base rate for that time, so they'd be compensated for having to move. So that we were pretty vigilant about what next year's gonna look like and what we need to consider in the budget, so.
This is just an initial run through to make sure it all works, because our goal is, we have to pass a balanced budget by June 30th, so this is just our first step, and now we start getting more ready into it as we start.
Well, once the insurance plan is decided upon,
A lot more information.
when we get, if it's 4% or not.
What is the date of approval? June?
June 30th is
30th.
the requirement to the state.
Thank you.
Balanced budget.
We don't need to approve it, we just need to look at it,
No,
okay.
it's just-
Right, and we already did H earlier, and that's going to the staff Wednesday. She'll be there right, this week, Wednesday, to talk to the staff about insurance? Okay, cool.
And then we'll have that part of our special meeting, DJ, on Thursday, so that's 7.
That'd be about 7, yeah, that sounds good, 7:17. We'll wrap at
Could that
7:30.
information be sent out to staff prior to the meeting? So they
Yeah, I
have
will
to
do
look
that.
at it?
And then I think we're at I, discuss establishing board communication guidelines.
Oh, me. Us. Love us. We've kind of talked about it for a few months, and I actually went through Kraus Anderson's materials, and it kind of laid a little bit of it kind of solidified things for me a little bit. So I thought we might try to come up with some guidelines and maybe a shared communication strategy that gets us at least to the point where we have a full board again and we go through some more intense functional procedural training in July or June or something. I guess I'll just read you my notes that I didn't get to share with anybody, but I think if we can develop a good communication plan where we sort of streamline stakeholders' questions and concerns, third-party questions and concerns, we can facilitate clear and effective communication as a collective rather than individuals. We're not supposed to act as individuals, we're supposed to act as one unified body. So I thought if we can get to a point where we can answer and respond as a collective, everybody would have the same information. We would all just come from an equitable background on the issues that are impacting our stakeholders, concerns that are being brought forward. We all get information in a consistent manner, and we all have access to that information in a consistent manner. And it reinforces the fact that, you know, as directors, if we have to respect in advance the decisions of the board, regardless of how we voted on them during deliberation. That's kind of where I'm coming from, and I thought if you guys have some, we talked about doing a joint email. So if stakeholders could, or external third parties can put their communications, you know, send them directly to that mailbox, and we could delegate the authority to go through that mailbox to admin, Caitlin, Emma, and of course admin would respond to those matters which are administrative and procedural, and perhaps we as a collective could look at those other communications that are governance related, board related, during some workshop times to get by at least until we have some formalized policy.
So, I have a question. With that in mind, would we then take it up as a full board before responding to a
Well-
particular third party or, you know, concern that came into that?
Yeah, and I think
And
What
would
I
that
find is-
sorry, let me finish, my follow-up was, would that constitute a board, I mean, would that be called a board meeting if we're all chiming in electronically?
we wouldn't. We would save it for our workshop.
But then it would be something that we would take up in that workshop time.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a comment, like, you know, I have concerns with XYZ, and we read it, we acknowledge it, It might be questions. It might be some serious policy-related questions. And then we address it. Some finance questions, governance questions, whatever it is. That way we can kind of, also finding that a lot of questions cross over into curriculum and administrative things. So, you know, I find as a board member, when those questions come in, you're inclined to just answer them. Whereas I think if we were sitting collectively, you know, I think if we gave admin the deference that admin is supposed to have and let them answer those questions, then we would be making sure that we are governing and not intruding, and effectively answering questions. And we, you know, we answer as one. We answer as a unified body, which I think is the preeminent, you know, issue that we're having right now.
I think it also ensures everybody's informed,
Yes.
because from some of the actions I've seen, certain parties congregate behind certain individuals, and only that individual is then advocating for that party without informing the collective. And so we're being asked to make these decisions when only one person is informed versus the collective being informed.
Or, you know, you get a question and somebody who has been here a long time, like Mrs. Burkhardt, might have a history on that impacts the answer that you give to that question, which would be nice for us all to learn and know.
Are there any ethical guidelines on speaking as a board once a decision has been made?
Yeah, so actually on page 21 of Rupe Anderson's board training materials, I don't know if you
I
probably
don't
didn't
have
get
those
that.
yet.
We should, I have found this so helpful. In the past week or two, I have referenced it probably, I'm not joking, 10 times. It's just really, it's just very concise, it's clear. But basically, what it stated was fiduciary duties. Individual board members owe a fiduciary duty to the board as a whole. So we talk about, you know, the duties that we owe, the 4 fiduciary duties that we owe to our stakeholders. But I thought that was pretty compelling, and it kind of, you know, it sparked my desire to kind of really ask you all about solidifying some sort of communication strategy tonight.
Are these binding rules for this board, or are these best practices?
We do not have this in our code of ethics, but I think it's understood. 317A, nonprofit boards. I mean, I learned it at training that once once our school board makes a decision, you advance that decision.
Whether you agree with it or not.
Whether you agree with it or not.
But
Because
if you're saying that this is an issue, then perhaps it's not understood? Does it need to be made
yeah,
binding?
it does need to be, but it's an ethic, right? So how do you make an ethic binding? You have to embody it,
Yeah.
right? You can't really, can you teach it? Yes, but you have to believe it, right? That's how you codify that. So it just has to be something that is important to us, you know, to have that one voice. And to remember that, you know, our most tender stakeholders are the students.
I also think it would be good to delineate different things that are governance and different things that are administrative, because a lot of questions I get as a board aren't really a board question, they are more for administration. And I know that in the past that was muddled, and that was part of what we need to do, and I think part of educating board members and our stakeholders is here's governance and the board's role, and other things that are administrative. I think that's important. And I think something Dr. Hinton was talking to me about for your possible July does a really nice job of delineating specifically what those things are.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we also want to make sure that accurate information gets put out there.
Mhm.
You know, sometimes I have these I don't knows as my answers.
Mhm.
And I think if we just work as a collective, maybe that's the best we can all come up with. But
Maybe somebody does have a good answer.
yeah. Or maybe there is no good answer. Or maybe it's something that doesn't warrant an answer. You know? Maybe it's a comment and we just need to take it as that. File it away, tuck it away.
So what you're suggesting is we move forward with creating an email that board@msa.org that stakeholders can email and potentially have, for example, Emma manage that website or that email and delineate who these comments, who these emails should be going to, whether it's admin versus the board.
So I think realistically, I think we have to call on our admin to really be able to tell what a administrative question is, what a board question is, what a procedural question is. Or maybe we do it together. Maybe, you know, we just.
And I know they used to have that, and I don't know why they don't anymore. But I know that was at one time how it worked. But I don't know when that changed.
So I have a couple possible resolutions. You want me to read them to you?
I think you.
Yeah, and then we can kind of change them. Stakeholders and other interested parties, including employees, should communicate via email to the BOD as a whole regarding any governance-related matters. All such communication should be submitted by email to, XYZ, MNMSA.org. Communications received independently by any individual director shall be promptly forwarded to XYZ email. The board designates, so I guess that would be one. The board designates, if we do designate, the ED and the executive support staff to receive and review communications addressed to the board, any of its committees, or any director or group of directors. The ED may respond in their discretion to any administrative operational issues, and the board as a whole will review governance-related communications as needed at its monthly workshops. So, do you want to circulate it? Visual people need to read it.
This one, the possible.
I think the objectives and the.
Yeah, just the.
Oh, just the
bottom.
possible?
Yeah, those, the objectives were just my notes, but.
Yeah, that's what you.
I mean, some schools have clerks, you know, they have like their own designated Emma.
Okay.
Or somebody.
Emma was hired with
you.
intent to help with that board process.
Yeah, if that's the case, then, oh, yeah, here. And, you know, our committees do not comply with open meeting law. And our committees are completely advisory. So no member of a committee, including a board member, has any authority outside their seat here. So I think that those communications are really important to make sure that, you know, they are right and on point and speaking for, how do I explain it? So as a board member, as an advisory board member, as a committee member who is also a board member, when I get questions and I answer them, I feel like I shouldn't be answering them so definitively. Because I am a board member and I shouldn't. Do you see what I mean?
Yes. Well, and I can only speak to being a teacher. It gets more muddled because
Right.
there are things that I can answer perfectly well to a parent of a student if it's regarding a student. But then sometimes they have another thing and then it's like, you know, it's hard. Where if it's that, as someone, it would be easier to govern with that in place.
So you could say, that's a question you should email to the board.
Yes. Or I can forward it
Or, yeah.
to everyone, because it's not just a question for me.
And you know, we're all here right now, right? Tomorrow, one of us might not be serving in this capacity. So if I answer a question about a policy or even a procedure, it's important that everybody else knows that, because that's information that I put out there. So how do we consistently enforce? Yeah, and these are our policies. I mean, these are this is our backbone.
What I'm getting is, we're not looking to limit what and how people say things, it's where they say it. Because what you're getting is, you're noticing that the chain of command, the chain of communication isn't being followed. And we need to solidify something so it's more in place, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's so fragmented that I don't even know what's out there. If I'm, you know, talking about a policy, or is somebody else out there talking about that too, or we could just kind of align. I think it would be helpful. We could try it. Maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. Mr. Vetch, what do you think?
No, I think-
Thoughts?
I mean, yeah, I think it's kind of confusing between what's admin and what's more, and I think that would probably help a lot.
And then, you know, that struggle that I think parents have to get things to the board would be alleviated too. So like, for example, if at the committee we have a parent who's trying to express themselves or a change or something like that, it's tricky, but if they know that if they send an email, it's going to be read by everybody. Everybody can access it. It's not going to disappear. It's not going to get shoved under the rug. No promises on what's going to happen, but at least 9 of us aren't going to ignore it, right? 9 of us and our admin aren't going to ignore a legitimate concern or a question or a comment or even something helpful or.
Do you think we need to communicate more through maybe our director's updates and maybe statements to the public about questions, comments, concerns that have come through? And I think that that's a way we can funnel things through and ensure that the voices are being heard. Do you have to make a motion on it? Or are we just
Yeah, I think we
A
should.
directive to administration to create a unified board
It's
email.
already made.
It is.
I had Justin do it like 2 months ago.
Because that's what I'm wondering, is it a directive or is it a motion? I think it's more of a directive.
And if it is
To
a
us.
directive and one's already been created, should we market that and get that out there?
Yeah.
and Put it into play?
And that and if we know about it, then if one of us gets an email, that's where it goes as well.
It's our fiduciary duty to forward to that email or to the.
Yeah,
party
it gets
involved.
forwarded, yeah.
Yep. That's where I struggle with the motion. I think it's more of a directive and like you said, DJ, advertisement to the community that this is how we're moving forward.
Is there a motion to compel the board to follow that
It's their
procedure?
fiduciary duties.
Okay.
It's part of the code of
So,
ethics.
okay, so it's just a process by which to do that.
So, DJ, do we need to restate that?
The policy, it's
The directive to.
the directive,
Encourage stakeholders to communicate through
The BOD as a whole,
the BOD as a whole through their,
through this email that's been set up.
which is, you know,
It's BOD.
BOD@mnmsa.org.
Communications received independently,
Will be
forwarded.
forwarded to this website or to the appropriate party
And discussed
and discussed.
at a subsequent workshop?
Yep. Yep. And if there are any questions on that, I'd love to hear them through that website or through that email.
Yeah, maybe somebody has some good ideas for us. Yeah.
and our workshops.
Yep.
Directive to use the BOD at mnmsa.org for communicating with the board. BOD will discuss at our workshops and answer in kind.
And is this where we moved the bylaws to? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think DJ wrote them down. Did you?
What's that?
The bylaws motions. Did you write them down? If not, we can word them again.
They were in consent, and we pulled them.
Motion to approve amended consent agendas and remove items 1 and 6, or I and VI.
This was I.
Okay?
Are we asking for a clarification on what the line item is, or the clarification of what we want to do with as far as governance?
Well, because you wrote down like a timeline, right?
Yes, so today we are going to motion to approve, repeal the previous bylaws
Okay.
and adopt the new bylaws.
I guess I get.
But not
oh, sorry.
change, yeah,
Because so
But not-
much of this is governance to me.
yeah, which,
I guess I'm looking
Yeah.
at section C, I'm looking at D. Probably A, B, C, D. So, again,
Do we want to
just
just
wondering.
bring a third draft next month?
I think.
Take it back to,
Well, and I'm wondering too, like if we're gonna talk more about this governance thing and you're getting new people, I don't know that, and we have to talk to the staff and, I don't know. I feel like, is this a third, yeah, again, wouldn't be a bad thing, just because I don't know, the governance thing's throwing me, it really is.
or are you saying we don't want to approve bylaws today?
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know if I do today. Just because to me, they're so tied. And I'm still trying to understand how to remove the governance piece. Because to me, it's the same.
From the bylaws.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We're keeping the membership the same, but we don't have to do the staff piece. Because aren't we going, right? We're doing 4-3-2, right?
But
We
but
can't
then-
do the staff piece. We can't make that change right now.
We're not changing the membership, so we don't,
But it's changed on
we're
here.
gonna fix it, right? We're going back.
But that means, that's what I mean, but
Right,
that
so
means
let's-
going back and doing rereads, which I don't,
Why don't we just bring them back next month?
but again, too, with new people being seated, I think it's important that they get a chance to, especially because, I don't know, I'm just hesitant with the governance piece. I think that needs, I love what you came up with. Like, I think that's a good idea, but I don't know. I'm not comfortable saying that that's the way we should go either, because I don't have really time. I think it's a great idea. I'd like to look into it more. I like the idea of that opportunity for at-large, but is that really best for us? I don't know. I think it's worth exploring.
I agree with you, and I think it would be best to come back next month and then review that. Again?
We can't change the governance structure now, this year.
It would have to wait. That's why
That's my
you wrote down
understanding.
the timeline, right?
It's just not possible. So our
Because
two options
of our
are,
turnover in June.
our two options are to do what's in here, 333, because we can do that in time. We can get it to the teachers and ask them if they want to do 333. Or we just stay the same and stay with 432. Those are our options right now.
And in the workshop, we discussed staying with the 4-3-2 and looking into
January,
next year.
we would change the governance structure.
But that would give you time to, between now, that's my,
Give us
you
a
know what I
year,
mean? That gives you
basically.
time to look at that and really think, is that what we want? And get, because I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is.
So the bylaws can be amended. If we were to adopt them today, the bylaws may be amended, altered, changed, or repealed, and new bylaws adopted upon a majority vote of a quorum of directors.
But does it have to be after 2 reads again?
No, this does not say that. What do you want to call this? The proposed bylaws do not have that. And I actually didn't see that in any school's bylaws, so
But that was in our
that's in ours.
current one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's in ours. But it wasn't in any others. And I
So-
kind of feel the same way as I do about, the policies. I hope our bylaws get better. I hope they get stronger as we use them. I hope we use that power to amend, to really make them fluid.
So would your recommendation be that we look to pass the bylaws as they are and then amend them as we see fit with the numbers in the governance piece?
If we ever decide to change the governance structure, then we would have to obviously amend that in here. And we would have to decide that first. So in January, we would have to decide that we want to change the governance structure, that we want to make that amendment.
But if we were to approve the bylaws right now, you're saying that that change for the governance piece would go to the teachers? Like
If
if
we
we
made it
passed it right now
333?
today, we would then send that change to the staff?
Yes, if we decide
To
today that
weigh in.
we would have to decide today that we want to be 333. And if we decide that today, then we would have to send that to the teachers for them to get a majority vote on. But what we could do is we could pass the bylaws today, staying 432.
As is, for the governance.
Keeping the governance structure the same. Pass the bylaws with the exception that instead of 333, these numbers are 432. Section C. So those three numbers would revert back to what we are and have been, which is 432. Because if new members come on and they want changes, or if over the months we have changes, we can amend.
With that being said, I support the idea. If we make the amendment to go back to the previous governance numbers of 432.
We would just say it doesn't change.
Even though it's in here?
Section C, yeah, it would be
So
432, stays the same.
A motion could be to accept the amended bylaws with the current governance.
No
model.
change, no
No change
change
to the
in
current
governance
governance
structure.
model.
And then specify that section C, A shall revert to 4, B shall be
Remain at 3.
3,
C.
C 2. No change in the governance model.
So, but it doesn't revert back to our current bylaw because it's a little different in how it's worded based on, like, the students. It specifies grades.
I think we want that. Do we want that or do we not? Do we not like that language?
This
Just the
one?
governance model. So just the governance model is governed by 124.07 subsection 4. So the governance model is how many of these categories sit on the board? Need to have 5 and then 1 of each category. The rest is what we have chosen to do.
So even though it's,
That's not statutory, I guess is what I'm saying is.
so this, it still goes back to the thing about, what is it, 10th? Is it 9th, 10th, 11th? 9th through 12th, or 9th through 11th can run? Is that, so it does go back to that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because we had a big talk about it last year, that it,
I don't
we
think that's in the
couldn't.
bylaws, is it? In our current? Yeah, so what do you?
think? I mean, it's just, we're just studying out, we didn't have to go right for just keeping the membership the same. If we don't have, if we're keeping the membership, we don't have to bring it to staff, so we don't have that May time. We can just bring it back to before 3 to get the right language for students. And we'll just
Well,
do that.
and maybe teachers too, because it is about FTE is in ours. How many, like, you have to be over half-time. And shouldn't maybe be somebody who's contracted somewhere else either. Should be an MSA teacher. So I guess it's just C. So that's why I was wondering, like, are we just not right now is C gone, C1. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess we would just be approving the bylaws. So to me, the governance structure is the composition that's set forth in 124 E.07. So if we're not changing that governance structure, then it doesn't go to the teachers for their vote.
But like, so I guess, so does that mean C1 is not here? Like number C1? Is that, so am I approving C2, 3, but that's what I'm confused about.
Yes, yes, absolutely. You would be approving everything else in this and just pretending that A says 4, B says 3, and C says 2.
But even like with the teacher, FTE and student, that's my question.
It would have to include the language from.
From the, that's my question. So does it,
Yeah,
is it
because this
the-
is from the statute. But then I would also argue that you can't circumvent the statute. So even if you're
Right.
putting in stuff like 0.5 or 0.25, you know.
It doesn't matter.
You still have to, but I mean, I see the point. So we could just make the changes and just bring it back.
So the motion
Next
would be
month.
to adapt the amended bylaws minus with the redaction of C1.
But then we're putting the 0.5 FTE back in there?
Because it would have to read what the current.
What the current one says.
That makes me say we should just pass it with 432 today. Why would we want to revert back to what we know is not?
Because of the statute? Because the statute supersedes what we would have written anyway, is that?
Because that's, gosh, I just.
I'm sorry.
Our bylaws are just. I will defer to the board.
I love the work that's been put in
Oh, gosh,
on the
yes.
bylaws.
It's the point, it's
It
that
is-
0.5.
That's
Right?
what's holding up,
That's-
because that's not what's in the statute, is what we're understanding.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, and it just, you know, we're supporting something that's just.
So a teacher who is .32 could still run, is that what the statute's stating?
It doesn't technically specify. Most schools have interpreted it, and MSBA teaches it as that teacher has classroom responsibilities. You know, like they are an active teacher, then they are eligible, and they're on your payroll, then they are. I don't know. Okay.
I guess at that point, it's up to the community if they want to put somebody who's .32 on a board. That's up to them. It's up to the community, it's up to the stakeholders. It's a voluntary position,
Or they could be appointed,
or they could be.
to be fair. So, and
So
just-
why can't we do,
Go ahead.
why can't we do 432 and send it to the teachers?
Say 432, still send it to the teachers for wordsmithing?
Because of that 0.5? But that 0.5 isn't, I guess my conflict is that you're sending it to the teachers over a 0.5 that isn't a valid 0.5. right? So what are you asking them? Like, they can't, even if they come back and say, no, we don't approve this, well,
The statute
you kind
says.
of, it doesn't say, but
So-
it doesn't specify 0.5, so.
Well, and what about the two-student thing? Is that something that we can't
yeah.
do either?
That's not statutory. Actually, Minnesota, it used to be law here. I can't remember the years now, where student reps were required to be on the board, but then it was repealed, and MSA is just one of a few schools, I think something like 9 or 11 schools that are left, something like that, right? That actually still keeps student reps.
Okay.
And we used to have 1, and now we've kind of decided to have 2.
But,
It's a
but like,
change.
so we can change that for grade level. That's, because it's not a statute. Back to what
Oh,
we
yeah, that's not
we decided.
statutory. No,
Back
that's
to
just
what we
us.
did.
That's totally
But the
discretionary.
statute, it doesn't matter what your employment is.
It does. You have to be a
You have to
teacher
be, but you have to be
employed.
paid by MSA.
Yeah, and you have to be a
Okay.
teacher, which implies licensing or, teaching, like you have to
Employed
be teaching.
as a teacher by MSA.
Yeah.
So the motion now is to approve the amended bylaws with the amendment C1, A would reflect 4, B would reflect 3, C would reflect 2.
And it goes to the teachers for approval.
And it goes to the teachers. And E would state high school student.
So we would have 2 high school students? Middle schoolers aren't eligible?
That's what the board decided last year.
Okay. Yes, and that change.
That makes sense.
So E would say 2 students enrolled in grades.
No, I mean, from
9 through 11.
I think it needs to
9.
be written clearly.
Or
9 through 12.
I think I can support
Yeah.
that.
No, 9 through 11 because they get appointed and then they graduate, so it'd be 9 through 11. Because when they have.
Right, when they
11th grade
run.
Students when they run, because then next year they're 12th grade when they're
Yep.
actually seasoned. So it's 9 through 11.
Grades 9 through 11 can run.
So
But it
can't
says
eighth
may
graders
serve.
run for-
So 9 through
So
12
that-
can serve.
Then that should read 10 through 12, may serve grades 10 through 12.
Yeah.
So they have to be eligible 9 through
9
11.
through 11, but they serve.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so E would read 2 students enrolled at MSA
Grades 9 through
in grades
10 through 11, 12.
10 through 12 may serve as non-voting student representatives of the board.
Yep.
Ready for that one again?
Me?
Are we putting
Oh.
it to vote? Is that what we're doing?
You got it written, Lucia?
I'm banking that I'm gonna get some assistance on what we have just amended.
Motion to repeal the existing bylaws and adopt the new bylaws with section C, sorry, I need the article number. With Article 4, Section C, number 1A,
1 second, please. Article 4, Section C.
number 1A, change to 4 licensed teachers Same article, section C, lowercase, or sorry, section C, number 1, lowercase c, change to 2 interested community members.
Let's see. 2 interested. Okay.
And then that same section, subpart little e, will read 2 students enrolled in grades 10 through 12, enrolled at MSA in grades 10 through 12 may serve as non-voting student representatives.
2 students enrolled at
So all
MSA.
we're
Two
just adding in
students.
grades 10 through 12 between MSA and A.
10 through 12
Right there.
may serve. No other amendments to how it reads. Okay, thank you.
The title page will need to be completed with subpart.
There.
So motion made by Adel. I'll second it.
Any other questions?
Yeah, one question. This goes back to the teaching staff because we've changed
Yeah, we don't
something?
have that 0.5. And we didn't change the governance structure. It's still 432,
So,
but we took out the 0.5.
so because of that, it should go before the staff.
I guess it's a matter of debate, but why not?
Okay.
It's not governance structure, but I guess we could vote on that.
So I think we should stick with the motion first.
Anything else? Okay. All those in favor of the bylaws with the amendments?
Should I read?
Yep.
Motion to repeal existing bylaws and adopt the new bylaws with Article 4, Section C, number 1A, change to 4 licensed teachers, little c, 2 interested community members, E, 2 students enrolled at MSA in grades 10 through 12 may serve on the board. Also an amendment to the title page.
Okay, and that was second by Wendell.
Yes.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
501.
Okay, sorry. Okay, future board items, strategic plan, review.
Sorry, I guess we still have to decide whether we're going to send it to the teachers, right?
Sure?
Yes.
You want to
Yeah,
make a
okay.
motion for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Motion to submit the approved bylaws to the teachers for their majority approval. Of
Okay.
the governance structure, sorry,
Of the government structure. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 1.
Okay.
Okay. Coming up, future board items, strategic plan review, workshop for May. We're going to talk about the staff handbook and student parent handbook discussion. Real quick, plus, minus.
We went over time.
Yeah,
But it was worth.
good discussion. Okay,
Well-run meeting, thank you.
yeah. Okay, I need to motion to enter a closed session.
I will second that.
Thank you. All right, pursuant to Minnesota statute, to evaluate the performance of an individual subject to the board's authority, we need to have a closed session. We will turn off the video and the audio, and when we come back, we'll turn it on and we'll make a statement, and then we will adjourn. So all those in favor of going into closed session?